afternoon, 44 Trading Room. How are you today? Welcome everyone on the last trading day of the week coming now. Hi Clifton, good morning to you. Good morning for every, let's call it like early birds because in the US it's just 8:05. Okay, as I see, you can my camera as I see. Oh, okay, I am back. All right. Sorry, guys. I was just seeing it's a breeze. Hi, Marino. Nice to see you. Good morning. Lee, good morning to you. I hope you ended in green yesterday. You thought that you were in trouble with that TSM. Indeed. So at the end of the day, market just pulled back a little bit, by the way, but again, quite of a weak day for the overall market. Just start the screen share traders and we can start the pre-market session. Okay, and of course I hope everyone just ended in green, not only Lee. For myself it was a nice green day, not a huge green day, but kind of an okay green day. Hi guidance room traders, good morning Roger, Banzai, Dorn, nice to see everyone. Really? Oh my goodness, that's good. That's a good news because when I left around 2 p.m., I was not sure that you were going to make it, but I knew you are a good trader. Okay, guys. All right, so let's see what we can expect from this market today. First of all, I want to start with yesterday trades and a little recap. If I find my 44 trading, here we are indeed. So after the disclaimer, I'm just going to start with yesterday trade recaps as usual. Personally, I did not have that many trades in the morning. The reason for that, I really did not like this market fight because it was like a really obvious fight between the buyers and the sellers yesterday, as you could see, especially in the beginning. So I had only three calls in the guidance room also. They were nice winners. We got a loser only on which one, Meta, or which one was the first? Yes, Meta was a loser. Yes, Meta. JP Morgan, I called as well, but I did not want to recall because I've seen DVG call it as well. Also, I did call it as well under 216. I left lots of money on the table, but it's okay. And two more winners on NVIDIA and Microsoft. Yesterday, it came back, and I was able to get 2R out of the last trade. You got nervous, of course, when you are, trading a little bit on hope that it's going to come back. First of all, we know exactly that it's not good, but thank God you were lucky. And I think the market push back towards the highs. It held, I think, not towards the highs, but at least higher from the lows. This helped the TSM as well to come back. Today already the pre-market was quite of hectic, by the way. I'm just going to tell you soon why. Overall, though, the SPY and the GW are in green so far. Question how long it's going to last in this pullback mode market, I would tell it. Okay, but back to the yesterday trades. As you can see, yesterday there were lots of calls. DVG called it amazing trades as well. So did Scott, and both of them made a beautiful green morning in the room. And as I've seen, even the afternoon was really, really good to the upside. Yeah, I remember you played it to the short and to the long as well. Actually, I've seen NVIDIA as well on 117. It just found finally a stronger support. I did not take it though. I took it in the lunchtime just for a small scalp over 120 or 119, 119.80. I did not take it at 11:30. I just took it a bit later, around 1:19.80, around this 12, 15, 20 area. So that was a nice winner for me. So yes, most of the stocks, I mean the semicon stocks, try to pull back a little bit, not with a huge success. So I think it's still a bit on the risk side, especially like Nvidia and AMD are into the red side again. ARM is the only one which is on my list, and it's a semicon which is green trader. So seems like the semicons are still not back on the track. Okay, so after that, let's just continue with the economic news for today. Today is the 19th of July, Friday, and as I've seen, not too many economic news at all, only two FOMC member speakers. The first one is going to be Williams, which, as you can see, this orange docu sign, this means that it's going to be like a medium impact expected on the overall market. And later on 1 p.m., Bostich is going to speak. This is mild impact impacted. Well, let's see how it's going to impact the market at all. But 10:40, we should be careful. Okay, so 10:40 Williams, 1 p.m. Bostich, and that's it. No economic news for today, which I must tell you, it's not common. Usually we have only Mondays without economic news, and now we have Fridays. So that's interesting indeed. All right. So let's see the earnings. Earnings season is still in full force, and finally Netflix started yesterday, which got quite of okay numbers. Despite of that, it's up only 1%, but let's see how it's going to continue. And today we have seen already AXP, SLB, TRV, Halliburton as well, Fifth Third Bancorp, and so on, HBN. So mostly banks and oil. Halliburton, it's an oil stock as far as I remember. And it's not tomorrow, but on Monday we will get Verizon traders. This is going to be great, and XPI as well, as you can see, and much more coming next week on the earnings side as well. So today, as I've told you, at 10:40 and 1 p.m., we should be careful. Now let's just go to the news. Big hassle in the whole world, indeed, which affected mainly the Windows Windows run companies. Let's call it like that. This was guys, the largest IT outage in the history, thanks to CRWD. So CRWD, definitely it's on my short list. Poor company. Let's see what did happen. So financial services, doctors' offices were disrupted on Friday while TV broadcasters went offline as businesses worldwide grappled with an ongoing major IT outage caused by CrowdStrike. Even the air travel impacted badly, planes grounded, services delayed, and airports issuing an advice to all passengers. Earlier on Friday, cybersecurity giant CrowdStrike experienced a major disruption, the company told NBC, following an issue with its latest tech update. So it was not a hacker thing or anything like that, or an attack. It was just a unfortunate update, unlucky update, let's call it like that. But it caused a major outage, and actually CrowdStrike CEO just told or said later that we are deeply sorry. This is George Kurtz apologized Friday for the systems update that caused a global IT outage. Actually, most of the Windows hosts affected, as I've told you, also stressing that Mac and Linux hosts are not affected. So that's why I have a friend who is really good in this IT field, and he's always telling me that, Ali, start using Linux. I'm still using Windows. Everything is easier on Windows, but maybe after that we should just, reconsider to use Linux. Yes, of course, Scott. What kind of links do you mean? Oh, for the guidance room link. Okay, it's Clifton. It's Clifton. Clifton, could you please just send the guidance room link in the chat? And I'm going to copy paste it and just save it to myself because it's funny that I don't know the link. So please, could you just post it? Thank you. All right, guys. Now let's go back to the news. So I think this is going to impact the overall market as well, because as you heard, it impacted Windows, and if it's Windows, it can be Microsoft. And as I've seen, Microsoft is down like 1.3%. A downgrade. Yes, Banzai, that's for sure. Okay, so Microsoft 1.4% lower. Even Amazon is down. I guess it's running on Windows hosting as well. I don't know. Amazon is down as well badly, like 1.4%. Google it's up, but Amazon and Microsoft it's badly down. And of course, not even talking about CRWD, which is the first in the lost Nasdaq traders, and this is down 13%. So I must tell you, this can be an advantage to the competitor. So usually, traders, when we have a bad news about the sector, this is actually not a sector news. This is just a specific company news, which means that this can be good for the competitors like PA&W. And look at that, PA&W is up 3.7%. So it's going to be really weird, but I'm going to call CRWD to the short side and PA&W to the long side. PA&W is one of the competitor of in that sector, by the way, in the cybersecurity sector. So let's just start the candidates list because of this not everyday news, and hopefully it's not going to happen again, because I'm sure it just caused lots of pain for most of the companies. So PA&W, we can put it to the long side, and CRWD to the short side. If you still know any other competitors which can be affected traders, usually I'm just watching these two, PA&W and CRWD, nothing else. But if you know more, please just let me know. Thank you, Clifton. Scott, here is the guidance room link, and I'm just going to copy paste it for myself. Okay, just a second. Okay, guys. All right. So actually, everywhere. This is everywhere in the headlines about this big IT outage. Oh, not too much happened. As I've told you, not too many news either. There are some more company-specific news here, like Netflix and so on. We will go there. Hawaiian Electric HE stock rallies on report of Maui wildfire settlement. So we will get some more movers. Tesla is doing terrible in California. It's a silver lining. That's interesting. Crypto on the other side, it's trying to pull back. So I'm going to watch coin to the long side today. Let me just check the SPY in the meantime, how it is doing in the pre-market. As you can see, the pre-market was not easy for the market either because of this early IT outage. It just dropped the futures, both the futures, and because I was trading the futures, I made some money already on the triple Q short exactly at this time. I did not know what happened, I've just seen a great short opportunity. So I made my money already for today with the futures. But you can see as well this big V-shaped reversal on the SPY after a very big red day. Seems like this is going to be a dead cat bounce day for the markets. Triple Q, it's in green as well, but this is having the same big move to the downside and the V-shaped reversal, and it has not touched that yet. This 50 EMA, I'm still expecting the indices to go a little bit farther down. Let's see if it's going to happen. But so far, I'm not going to be surprised on a green day today. Okay. So crypto, as I've told you, it's time to push back a little bit as well. So I'm going to watch coin as well, maybe to the long side. Coin at the moment is up almost 2%. Yesterday, again, a big dropping day. Let's see if whether today it can move higher a little bit, but I'm going to be extra careful with the coin today, traders, and always, always, always check Bitcoin before you take any decision on the coin trading indeed. All right, what else? Futures, as I've told you, now it's back to green, but they were quite red, like even a half or 1 hour ago. Crude oil, it's quite of steady, 82.70 at the moment. Gold, silver are moving down, especially the gold just slumped a lot, 2%. Silver even worse, 3.57. On the rate side, US 10 years are quite flat, interestingly. So I'm still careful to say that this is going to be a dead cat bounce or a green day because it depends very much on the 10 years as well. The XY index quite nothing indeed, zero move. Asia got very red again, especially the Hang Seng traders. It's down another 2%, and the European markets are deep in red as well. So let's see whether the US stock market can be an exception today and end in green. As I've told you, I'm going to be careful with that though. The market has wobbled. Why? One firm just increased its S&P 500 target. This is the headline in the Market Watch. That's interesting. But a lot has happened already so far this week, traders, starting with this renewed tension in the trade war between China and the US. As you know, there were some remarks from Trump as well regarding Taiwan. So indeed, and now this big outage, IT outage. So hopefully it's going to be enough for this week. What else in the news? Here is CrowdStrike, of course. Airlines grounded, companies experiencing outages tied to CrowdStrike issues. Let me just check how BA is doing. BA is still green, but if we just check UAL or DAL, I'm not sure they are that green. Yeah, looks interesting indeed. Schwab stock keeps falling for these three reasons. JP Morgan LA says, yes, XLF seems like finally it's just started a small pullback. Yesterday, the XLF made a big bearish engulfing. That's why I'm going to watch especially the big bank stocks to the short side again for continuation. So next to CRWD, JP Morgan, and GS is going to be on my short list as well as here. No more. International news, well, it's all about CRWD at the moment, as I see. Stock making the biggest moves. We have Microsoft users hit with blue screen of death after massive outage. To tell the truth, I did not experience that. At least I have not. So let's just make it clear. So I'm going to be extra careful with trading because everything is Windows on my PC where I'm trading, unfortunately. Okay, the stocks, I mean, the tech stocks will be the winners and losers of US-China trade tensions, Wall Street says. I'm going to read this later on, which stocks to watch, Vietnam, the news. China calls for bolstering tech breakthroughs and achieving the full year growth target. So why China is down so much? China's cooking oil scandal prompts residents to buy oil presses amid food safety concerns. That's not good, but I don't think so. It's making the reason here to fall down. Okay. Asia Pacific and Pacific markets track Wall Street slide on the tech sell-off. So this is just an impact from yesterday's sell-off on the market. It looks like. Also, as I've told you, the Hang Seng it's quiet week, so we should be careful with the Chinese stocks today. Some power stock collapses as company halts leases, installations, and shipments. Ouch! That's definitely not good news for some power SPWR, but this is a very low price stock, so let's just leave it. I'm just watching the specific stock related news, but I don't find any more. Let's just go to the big movers. Traders, if you have anything to the radar to mention, any stock beside of CrowdStrike and PANW, please just let me know. Of course, Microsoft is the other one, which I'm going to push it to the short list for Microsoft. Seems like it's not going to have a great The American Express is here. It got an earnings today and it fell nearly 2% after the financial company reported second quarter revenue 60.33 and below the 16.16, not 60, 16.59. This was the expectation, and even the earnings per share. So it's above the expectation. However, the company also upped its EPS guidance and reaffirmed its revenue forecast for the full year, but doesn't seem like it's enough for the shareholders to keep the stock. A reason very, very clear here. I think if we just check the daily chart, it's super duper extended overbought on the daily chart, touched 257 in the pre-market. I'm going to be extra surprised if it's going to go higher. So I'm going to call it rather to the short side. Nikita, thank you. Yes, Netflix is the next one. It got some earnings today. Not that bad numbers, those. I have no idea why it's up only like 1%. I'm going to watch it for sure. And based on this daily, it can have a small pullback. Let's see, Netflix, I'm going to put it to the long side, but extra careful with the Netflix anyway, because it's quite spready nowadays. Next one is commercial. This is the bank which shed now 9%. Why it's down? Of course, bad news on the earnings. So this bank stock, which is CMA, looks like a great candidate to the short side. So CMA, not my favorite because this is not a US bank, but let me just check it to the short side on CMA. Volume, it's nice. It's down a lot. Let's just go with it. Hi, class. Good afternoon to you. I hope you had a green day yesterday. SLB 4950, 0.78 higher earnings again, as I've seen on the earnings list, SLB. Let me just check if we can put it to the long side. Very nice. Very nice. Good. So after a small red day, you had a big green. Very good to hear. Good morning, Sal. Nice to see you. Amazon. Yes, actually, Amazon caused some problem. I mean, this outage lead. I'm not that much into the tech world, so I don't know, but maybe I can imagine that this was the reason for the outage too. Okay, in the meantime, traders on the SLB, it's nicely higher. Let's see if it can break the $50 level. Personally, I don't like SLB too much because it's a very small mover. Sometimes I'm just going to move it to the secondary list. I don't know why I don't like this Schamberger. ARM Holdings, as I mentioned you, it's higher. Reason for that, it got an upgrade from the Morgan Stanley. So ARM can go to the long list. But the overall semicons, as I've told you, I'm still not convinced on them that whether they can push it higher, I mean, today. ISRG in the news as well, a huge upside on stronger than expecting second quarter earnings. This is a big moving stock. It's really a huge mover, and it got an extended loss in the recent week indeed. So let's see whether it can make a nice pullback. I have one big problem regarding this stock, very low pre-market volume. So only because of that, I'm going to put it just on to the secondary list. And let me just check Amazon on the daily. It's very extended and it's still pushing lower. In the pre-market, as you can see, it broke the 180. So I assume if it's going to break the pre-market lows again, might there will be more pain for the Amazon or so based on the daily. It's a bit too much extended. It's just on a middle term, midterm trend line as well. If I just go and make to draw some lines here, and especially the trend line, you see, if I get a trend line, this 180 is definitely got on the trend line. So actually, I would say it's extended. It should see a pullback, but I must tell you, it depends very much on the market as well, whether the market can make a pullback at all for today. So Amazon, I'm going to watch it, Lee, but I'm a bit undecided on the Amazon as well. Hmm? Okay, Travelers is the next one. The shares edged 2% on TRV. The insurance company reported a mixed second quarter earnings though. So let's see if TRV can continue climbing. Wow, that's extremely extended to the upside on this TRV. I would be surprised if it could go higher. TRV just to the secondary list on my list. And Plug Power is the next one, which is 14% lower. The green energy company said late Thursday it plans to sell $200 million of stocks. Shares are on track for a fourth rate losing year and now trade below $3. This is not what type of stock, but you can watch it if you like. Hi Tara, good morning to you. So traders, if you like anything on your radar, please just let us know in the chat. There is a breaking news in the meantime on the CNBC. U.S. stock exchanges say markets are operating normally and not impacted by the CrowdStrike outage. That's a good news. So it seems like traders, we are in safe and we can trade safely today. This is actually very important to make some day trades here for sure. Also, Mike, I'm going to work with the hard stop losses today a little bit more than usual. Okay. Hi, Arike. Good afternoon to you. Hope you had a nice green day. Wes, CRW and Microsoft. Yes, these are on my short list as well. Let me just check. Thank you, Wes. Let me just check the gainers and losers list. PPG, Mark, checking PPG. Thank you. PPG Industries. Wow, beautiful short. Oh my God, I love it. Thank you. I like it. Pre-market volume, beautiful. Daily, beautiful. I like it. I guess some news on that or earnings, something like that has happened. Hi, Chris. Good morning. Hope you had a nice green day as well. And of course, everyone else. Okay, guys, now let's see which one is the strongest. PANW, DoorDash. DoorDash is up a lot as well. This is a cybersecurity company as well, actually, sorry. But Dash looks nice to the long side after a big red day. ARM, did I took ARM to the, yes, it's on the green side. Riot Coin, Mara, because the Bitcoin started to pull back a little bit, and Google is quite strong. Google touched the 50 EMA on the daily and looks beautiful for a small bounce. Let's see whether Google can make that get bounce today. Traders, this is the only really strong tech stock. I mean about the ARM at the moment on my list. Nothing else. It's really green, and of course Netflix. So Netflix, ARM, PANW, Dash, and Google are on my green long list. To the short side, I've seen Rivian, and maybe I'm wondering whether Tesla can make this push because it just made 2 days with a longer tail from above, which means to me that the bulls are starting to be weaker. I don't know. So Tesla, on the Tesla, I'm rather on the short side for today, but let's see. Okay, telecom is down as well. DJT is down. SMCI 1.1% lower. UPST Upstart is down a lot as well, like 1%, not that lot. CMA, of course, America, this is this bank. Halliburton, this is an oil stock, which is down 4.6%, I guess, because of the news. GDX. Down. Okay, I think that's it for on my side. Yes, class, LRY, the big mover, right? This is a huge mover, guys, and usually actually very spready, but let me just check how does it look like on the wow, after this, yes, big red day, a dead cat bounce day can happen. Or so, you know what? I don't know. I don't know. Let's be careful. I'm going to watch it for sure, but only on the secondary list. Hi, Greens. Good morning. Hope you had a nice green day yesterday and ready for another one. Also, again, traders, just to let you know, seems like that the market's operation it's not going to be impacted by this former outage, cyber security by the CRWD caused the IT outage. So there is a breaking news on the CNBC, and just repeating myself that the U.S. stock exchanges say that markets are operating normally and not impacted by the CrowdStrike outage. So it seems like it's going to be okay. Okay, I've told you that BA is a falling knife, and be careful with bottom fishing. Also, there were some nice bottom reversals in the last hour. I hope you took some of it, but indeed BA was not the best. Hi Yuri, good morning to you. All right, traders. So this is on my side. This is my list for today. Be careful a little bit, traders, because also the CNBC just told it's not going to be any problem with this because of this outage caused by the CRWD. But I'm going to be ready with some hard stop losses in the meantime to be sure. Good luck everyone for the morning session. I will be back for the lunch session as usual. And now just going to the guidance room to trade with the guidance room traders. So have a nice green morning and see you later.
In the trading room. Thank you to everybody joining us today. All of our patrons, all of our guests here, 7-day free trial, all of those that are paying for the service this morning. And thank you to everybody on social media this morning on YouTube joining us. If you want to come into this room and enjoy it and not be on the outside looking in and come right into the room, you can do that. You can get right into this room with a 7-day free trial or pay the monthly, quarterly, or yearly fee. Come on in. Phil, Razor Claw, good morning to you. And use the link that Clifton has there in the YouTube to check us out here live each and every day without the delay. Okay, as we get going today, we've got a special day in front of us. Good volatility in the market. The outage, thankfully, is not going to affect what we've got going on here in the market. That was the big talk of the town or in the overnight session here. And the futures this morning, flat, a little bit down, but we'll talk about that and more. We'll start off with the Asian markets in the overnight session where we saw the Nikkei run down lower 63 points. Hong Kong Hang Seng down 361, down over 2%, 2.03% to the downside. And the Shanghai was the only market that was up, and that was up 5 points. Europe, red across the board. German DAX down 119, FTSE in UK down 44, and CAC 40 in Paris down 43. You combine that with Asia, you've only got one market up, and that's the Shanghai market. 5 markets down, putting pressure to the downside here for the U.S. futures. Dow futures down 86, S&P futures up 4.5, and the NASDAQ futures up 1450. I'm going to call it flat with a bias to the negative side as we're coming off of yesterday's bad day. Oil down 46 cents, 82.36 per barrel. If you're in the gold patch this morning, well, I'll tell you what, you're down big time, down $56.70 per troy ounce, down 2.31%, 23.99.70, down under 2,400. Silver's down over $1, down 3.57%. Copper's down, platinum's down, palladium is down as well. Largest IT outage in history leaves the world reeling. I don't know about you. I didn't see anything happening on my side yesterday. So unaffected by it, I guess. CrowdStrike shares fall more than 10% in the pre-market after this major outage hits businesses worldwide. Microsoft, everybody out. And it was really due to, I think, a software update is what I was reading earlier. So again, you know, we shouldn't be affected by the CrowdStrike outage, and as far as trading goes, platform goes, exchange goes, so that's a good thing here. And that's about it this morning. Nothing big here. The RNC, Republican National Convention, was yesterday. Former President Trump spoke as a candidate for presidency now. We'll see how that goes. Again, looking forward to getting that over with later this year. But as far as the markets go this morning, all that you need to know is we're going to be biased to the downside. S&P and NASDAQ kind of flat. Dow to the downside this morning. I posted my watch list, and let's say good morning to all of the traders that joined us here in the room. Len, good morning to you. Jonathan, good morning. Morning, Nikita. Chris, good morning. Marino, good morning to you. Julie, good morning. Yep. Marino, good morning to you. Steve, good morning. Seth, good morning to you. DVG, what's up? Good morning. Morning, Jennifer. Morning, Chris. Morning, Marino. Would like to be that last code. Yeah, really. Me too. Me too, Ellie. That's funny. Klaus, good morning. Dror, good morning to you. Bill, good morning. Good morning, Tim. Sal, what do you say? Enrique, good morning. Dylan, good morning. Kev, good morning. Vincent, good morning to you. Hey, Tony, good morning to you. Let's all be one and done. Yeah, let's get it. Let's get it early. Let's get it often, and let's call it a week here, right? Lee, good morning to you. Great to have you here in the room. And again, thank you for those of you that join us each and every day. We've got a hell of a community working here. Great leadership now with DVG, Aggie, and Clifton. You know, you don't know what Clifton does each and every day, but behind the scenes does an incredible job for us, getting up our YouTube channel, taking care of anybody's requests. And if you have anything that you're unsure of or that you want to make a comment on, just click on Clifton's name, leave him a private message, and he'll get right back to you to take care of business here. Okay, got the smoothie working this morning? Absolutely. Tony, thank you. All right, let's talk some stocks this morning. Now, the first stock that I posted here kind of probably get some controversy from the team here, but I do like NVDA to the upside, and it's a pretty simple trade. It's over the 121 right here, this dotted line. That's yesterday's close. So 121.08, 121.08. I'll take it long. If not, could be a short today as well. The other stock is Tesla, the same type of trade. You see this white line right here? Simple trade, 249 and a quarter, 249 and a quarter Tesla, long 249 and a quarter. I think we're going to see a bump and then possibly roll back over and continue the downward slide. So we'll be very careful today with what we've got going. Microsoft, I think it's going to be maybe a gap closure today, and the reason I'm saying that is because it's just brought down because of the outage, and it's being unnecessarily punished here. Then last but not least, Apple to the upside 226, and I do have a short this morning, so Apple long 226, and then last but not least, the Amazon trade right under 180 this morning. This is a red, I'm going to color this red, AMZN, there you go, AMZN short under 180 this morning. Guess Prime 2 days wasn't all that good, right? If the stock is selling off. Also watching ISRG CMA for a short this morning under 50, ARM, and AXP, American Express. So we've got our work cut out for us today. Keep a focus on where these markets are heading in the overall direction, and then trade with that direction as we get into the day today. Going to be a great day today. Going to be a great volatile day, and we should be good to go this morning. Okay, there's that. And one more here. Get this one last chart set up, and we'll be good to go this morning. Okay, here we go. There's that. Perfect. We are looking good this morning. All right, great. All right, set to go. We get started in about 3 minutes. We'll bring DVG in for any comments this morning, and we will be on our way for this Friday session. Let's hit it hard right out of the gate. Let's make some dough right out of the gate, and then let's cruise into the weekend on a good note here. So, DVG, good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Quick mic check. Can you hear me okay, Scott? Well, good morning, 44 Trading Nation. How's everybody doing? You know, definitely, yeah, this outage kind of took everyone by surprise. Meanwhile, I was taking a nap. So I'm just keeping an eye kind of on a few things here. You know, chip stocks, looking at coin this morning as well. ISRG, great numbers. Netflix kind of a stable, you know, we saw it just really spike down, shooting back up. So I'm going to see how it behaves in the 650 area. I may miss it here in the pre-market. Looks like it's moving pretty aggressive to the upside. So we'll be looking for a few stocks to bounce. Netflix obviously has a ton of room above it. So, you know, maybe does it get to 670 today? Sure. You know, I think their earnings were good. They beat both top and bottom. So keeping an eye on Netflix this morning as well. And then I think someone asked about AVGO. Let me pull that up real quick. AVGO. Yeah, I'm kind of with Scott on this. You know, do we see a little bit of a balance on some of these chip names? I think we do. TSM probably a little bit of headwind with those tariffs, but if we see Nvidia go up, AVGO go up, I think as a sector has a chance to pop. So I'll be keeping an eye on those as well. Loud and crackly. Okay, let me try redo my.
Yeah, I just turned down your volume, DVG, but you were crackly to start, but other than that, you're fine.
How about now? Perfect. See, I do like AVGO over this 200, so it looks nice here, even this one, even pre-market. We may not even get a pullback at the open here. Look at Netflix already up at 660. So there's a good chance I'm going to probably take Netflix as my first trade. I'm going to wait to see if we get a little bit of selling. If not, I might just join the ride. It looks like it's on its way up. So I don't want to chase here. 660 was kind of like my ideal entry. We obviously just blew through that, so I'll keep an eye there.
Watch NVDA at the open here. Here's the opening bell. Traders, let's have an incredible Friday and a super weekend. Finish this baby off on a green way this morning. Be careful, be cautious, but be ready this morning.
There goes Netflix. Missed it. Too bad.
You may get another shot here. Not going to rush into anything this morning. ISRG up on low volume.
Yeah, not in a hurry to get into AVGO or any of the chip makers just yet. Keeping an eye on this open. Obviously, Netflix, what an incredible move here. For any of you that were quick enough to just jump in there, congrats. If you took that trade, I would definitely be taking some partials here. ISRG looks like it's still stabilizing up at that 446 area. Keep an eye on that.
Watching
Q's moving
NVDA
lower,
on downward
moving
move
lower
right now.
Yep.
Watching Apple.
I get your
226
short.
entry here on Apple. Watch Apple. 10 cents to go, Apple. Don't know what to think about this market, DVG. Friday session here, coming off of a couple of bad losing days for the market. You know, what do we do? What's the impetus to go higher? Are you going to really buy and hold over the weekend?
For me personally,
Tesla
likely not.
Right. Yeah,
I'm looking at Microsoft, how it's behaving. It's getting a little rejected as 200. If we get over 440, let's call it 434 area, I'll get long Microsoft. But that's, again, we'll keep the risk tight. 434, folks. 434 on Microsoft. Not my favorite trade, but if we do turn around, I think it will benefit, even though it was one of the names in that outage. So.
Yeah, that ISRG, just no volume to speak about, right? Okay, watch Tesla for the entry. Tesla for the entry. Apple, no entry. NVDA, no entry. We short Amazon. Good question.
AVG, I'll get long here, 161.44, 161.44. I don't have time to post all these, but AVGO.
Here comes Microsoft. No trades. No trades for me. Nothing.
I don't know if did I post my Microsoft trade? I don't think so.
Apple
Microsoft
pulling down.
Trying to get quicker, folks, on posting some of this and taking the trade, so apologize there. But we're in AVGO long and Microsoft long. I'll take a partial unless we break out over 436. May just hold there. ISRG, I like this break under the anchored VWAP from the big move yesterday. So this could be a potential short opportunity unless we get back above it. And that proves to me it wants to move higher. Microsoft, nice move here. I'll likely take a partial soon.
Very nice on Microsoft.
See if we can get that push on AVGO. I like this move over 436. I'll hang on just a little bit longer before taking a partial on Microsoft. See if we can get a push.
Traders still watching Apple, still watching Tesla, still watching NVDA. Microsoft is the only one bucking the trend now to the upside. I'm going to take Microsoft 120.50 here. MSF, I'm sorry, NVDA 120.50. May not have time to post it. NVDA.
I got a partial here in the 137 handle. Microsoft, AVGO, beautiful move. Hopefully you were able to join that trade with us, folks.
Really, really nice. That's a great trade right there, traders.
I'm going to take a partial on AVGO. Quick and easy money this morning. We're on the trades.
Yep, so far so good. I am long NVDA. Long NVDA. Stop loss is going to be 120. Maybe 119.80. Target's going to be over that white line. I'm planning to add to this trade, go full share size here over the white dotted line if we get it. If we get it.
All right, I missed the post here. ISRG, it's a small share size, it's a bigger stock, kind of low volume. I did manage to get in over this anchored VWAP that I had from yesterday. So it was a 444 entry. Not my favorite entry, but we'll keep our stop loss tight, about a point. So it's 444 ISRG. I was on mute, so sorry for the late notice there. So right at entry now.
Watch the Apple trade here.
What an awesome move on Microsoft this morning.
Yeah, it really is. Like
Looks
Amazon
like Amazon's
here.
trying
Watch
to turn around
Apple
too.
coming in at 226.
I will add on ISRG over high of day. Over high of day, adding to ISRG. AVGO, glad we took a partial. Glad we took a partial on AVGO. See how it behaves here at the 200. So if you missed your entry on AVGO, you still want to be bullish on the chip name. That might be a level. I don't like this break though. Doesn't look like good news. Let's see how it behaves here. Don't hold on too much longer. Again, good news is we took a partial on AVGO, so we're not giving a ton of money back.
Yeah, almost out of the NVDA trade here. Still holding on.
All right, I'm going to leave 100 on Microsoft. Let the rest run. Beautiful trade today, folks. We took that for literally almost this entire ride. So 5.5 points. Or, I don't have time to pull up ARM just yet, but I would imagine it'll emulate Tesla dropping. Keep an eye on Tesla. There's I got my fill on ISRG. It's taken off. Love it. Netflix pulling back.
Come on, NVDA. Watch the Apple entry, Apple 226. I'm coming in Apple long. No trade on Tesla.
So we've got NVIDIA TSM below 200 EMA, right? You've got Qs pushing higher, SPYs pushing higher. We're still low. AVGO now
Apple.
above the 200 pushing. So if you wanted to get long chips, I'd say now's the time. Keep your stop losses tight. I don't have ARM up, but it falls in the same category sector. So if you want to get long chips, keep in mind, keep your stop losses tight. Maybe look 3 or 4 candles to your left and make that be your stop loss. AVGO, I'm going to probably add to my AVGO position over the highs. This is looking pretty bullish right now. We'll take these for a ride if we can. So hopefully they look like Microsoft. Look at this, 439 now, guys. TSM, I will go long. If we can get above this previous high, it looks like 169.90.
227 target Apple. 227 target Apple.
We're going to get ready to get an ad here on AVGO. Whoever called that out pre-market, thank you for that. Thank you for that. I forget who it was, but shout out to our member in the community. We're in TSM. We are now long TSM. Sorry, got to post it here. TSM 169.90 was our entry. So we're long the chip stocks. We are long Microsoft. I got an ad on AVGO just over the high of day today. I want to see a big push. Let's see if we can get a big push on AVGO. TSM looking beautiful. If we go through this 200 EMA coming up at 170.44, I will add to that position.
Come on, NVDA.
Let's see if we can bank some profits into the weekend, folks.
Wow, look at that Microsoft.
Yeah, you know what? I should have added, Scott. Coulda, shoulda, woulda, right? But
yeah. Yep.
After seeing this big push, I was able to add on AVGO, ISRG, and TSM if we get over this 200. So let's call it 170.45. I'll add to that position as well. Beautiful move on AVGO, folks. Hopefully you're able to take that with us. I'll take a partial if we see a 164 handle. Should get it here pretty soon. Look at Microsoft. Wow. Wow. All right, I'm going to go ahead and take... that's too bad. I got my add on TSM and it pulled back. So I'm going to take some off here on AVGO. I'm only going to leave 200 shares on AVGO. We still have the 100 left. I'm going to probably take 50 off of Microsoft. Okay. We don't want to give back good money, right? So we hit the close and then we magically turned around. TSM not performing like I wanted to. NVIDIA getting a move though, Scott? You still in NVIDIA?
Nice. Yep, still in NVIDIA. Right now we're going to add over the white dotted line, and I'm still in Apple. 2 trades, Apple and NVIDIA. Waiting for Tesla to come in.
Beautiful move though. I mean, that close, you're going to see probably some rejection. We saw it on TSM over the 200. We saw it at Microsoft just over the close. We see some selling. Netflix, what a pullback. High of 678, now back to 653. Pretty volatile stock. I may not touch that to go long after all.
Go.
Tesla fading.
Come on, NVDA.
I may be forced to take some off of ISRG. I don't want to see that previous high a day get taken out and give back any profits. So we'll see if we can stay above this 450 level. And if so, we'll go ahead and take some off here.
Come on. I'm long full share size now. NVDA, need this to go for me right now. Apple pulling back. Come on.
If I see a break under TSM's VWAP, I'll probably dump this position. Market's pulling back pretty strong right now. Netflix specifically under the close now. So is this a chance to buy? Look at NVIDIA.
Beautiful.
That's the trade I should have taken with you,
Scott.
Scott.
Full share size here. Yep. But we just need to go. This is a really pivotal point right now for NVIDIA. Gets me nervous up here. It could just turn to the downside quickly. But we've just broken out. Let's watch this small pullback and let's go.
I'm barely hanging on to TSM, barely hanging on. I'm just watching this VWAP level. Hopefully we can get some movement. If not, I will be out of TSM. You know, a little push below the VWAP was okay. If I saw a break, I definitely will be out. AVGO kind of similar. Obviously, we took our partials on the way up. 200 shares left. I'll move that just above break even so I don't lose any money on that trade.
Breakout NVDA.
All right, so I'm going to keep an eye on levels for potential shorts or bounces here. Q's kind of given up a little bit, fading a bit. So do we bounce or begin to break lower and follow trend from the last couple days? So I still have my position on AVGO, barely holding on to TSM. I've got 20 shares left on Microsoft, so no risk there. But to your point, Scott, this is kind of pivotal moment. You got Tesla tanking, NVIDIA trying to get over the close. So if it's decision time, it's going to be very soon. Either the bulls are going to step in and we just, take the top off high a day, or maybe we just turn downward.
Yeah, and the market right now is so flat right now. NASDAQ just barely green, S&P barely red. They're just flirting right here with the even line. Really need it here. Yeah, I'm in 2 trades, NVDA and Apple. Both of them could make my day.
I'm going to see how TSM behaves here. If we see that 200 EMA again on TSM, I may taper unless we get a nice vicious push higher. I may taper my position to prevent any loss on the TSM trade, so it'll reduce my share size, at a higher dollar cost, right? But at least my risk will be mitigated. Right now, it's a small red trade at the moment. It was because of the ad, right? We got in at a good entry, and then we added, moved our dollar cost up, thought we would get a breakout over the 200. It didn't work out. So about to be out TSM. I'm out TSM. Losing trade. First losing trade of the day. Netflix now under the close. Wow. Wow. Down 40 points from the high.
That's incredible. That's what I'm afraid of here on this NVDA trade.
Yeah, ISRG, I will taper here. We did get a small partial on the way up, so we had an ad. I got a partial in that 454 range. I thought I'd get something in the 455, 56. Hit a market order, but the spread's about $1.50. So got a pretty lousy fill on that one, which is okay. But I'm going to take a little bit more off ISRG. I'll leave 20 shares ISRG. My stop loss will be where this anchored VWAP is. So 446, I'll give it 3 points of grace. NVIDIA, do I join you on that one? Very tempting.
I'll tell you what, I'm biting my fingernails right now, DVG. I don't know. Got Tesla and NVIDIA. I mean, it's showing me nothing. The market's showing me nothing. I'm sitting here.
I might be open to take a out of the money options position on NVIDIA, so minimize my risk. Maybe. We're holding that 200 right here, Scott. So it's now or never.
Yep.
I'll join you here. 120.90. 120.90 NVIDIA. I'm going to join Scott on NVIDIA. My stop loss will be this previous low candle. 120.40. I'll actually just move it 4 cents down. So 120.42 will be my stop loss. 120.90 entry on NVDA. Let's go, Scott. Just filled.
Come on. Need Apple as well. Apple and NVIDIA.
Oh, come on, NVIDIA.
Come on, NVIDIA. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, I mean, I need it bad. That's why, right? I need it bad. I need to have NVIDIA take off, run over the high here, and we will have a huge, huge morning here. Same thing with Apple. Apple's poised to break out as well.
Here we go. There it is.
There you go, NVIDIA. Come on, baby.
You know what? I'll hold the 123 first partial NVDA. I want to see this thing rip now. So I'll probably take some off 122 and change. But I don't see why we wouldn't try to at least push 122 and higher. Again, keeping my stop at the exact same level. Here. What a move, Scott. Love it. Thank you for hanging strong in that trade. I got a great entry.
Out right here, 121.56, 121.56, 3/4 of the trade out. Paying myself first NVDA. Big move. Beautiful. All right, $1 in. Now all we need is Apple to follow through, go 2 for 2. Sweet.
I don't want to be biting my fingernails either, so I'm going to probably take a partial up here. I'll get a lower partial than you did, but that's okay. We'll still leave some size on NVIDIA. Beautiful community, a group trade for us, Scott. Love when that happens.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. NVIDIA, we waited. It wasn't a guaranteed with this market. This market is just not giving us the direction that we want until now. We just broke out on the NASDAQ here, and we're up 42 points. Dow's down 200 today. So, overall, we're not out of the woods. We need Apple at that 227 for me to come out of it, and then we'll be partying here.
TSM starting to turn around now. I won't take it though. We had one losing trade on TSM, so I'm not looking for revenge. We're able to capture some of that, loss from the NVIDIA move here. But I do think TSM is poised to follow suit along with the other chip makers. Tesla turning around now. Strong move on Tesla. For those of you looking to get long Tesla, the VWAP was ideal entry. If you're looking to get bullish on Tesla, that was the level. You may not be too late to join. I won't be taking Tesla today after that violent shove to the downside, but that does look good right now. Showing some strength here. TSM so tempting to get back in there. Won't do it. Trade of the day for me so far, without a doubt, Microsoft. That made my day right there in Microsoft. Unless we can get this move on NVIDIA 122 plus, I'll take a little bit more out of there. If not, stop loss on the remaining shares, as I mentioned, will be 120.
Go Apple, go.
Someone's in on coin. I'm going to go ahead and I'm only going to leave 10 shares left on Intuitive Surgical, so ISRG. Okay, there's the move. I'll take it here. So I'm going to leave 10 shares, and my stop loss will be just under this previous low, 446.19. So I actually call it 446.18, 1 cent below that. That's on autopilot. Let's take a look. It looks like someone posted a coin trade. Wow, what a good move on coin. Hopefully got a great entry there for Jonathan, it looks like. So he got in just under the high of day. Just good luck on that trade. So I'm going to take TSM off of my screen so I'm not tempted to keep looking at it. ARM, let's look at something else. PanW, that's actually one I wanted to take today. Let's take a look at how PanW is doing. Palo Alto Networks, huge move based on that outage. Is that a justified move or a blip in the matrix, I'll call it, right? CRWD, let's take a look at that. As you see, there's a nice bounce, seeing if it can recover. I mean, that moved to 270 in the after hour based on that news. Wow. Does it continue back up to that 340 area for people to recover, or do we head lower? I won't touch that one just yet. I was originally bearish on that, looking for a bounce. This is a nice bounce, but at this point, technically, it could probably go up to the 325, 330 maybe. So don't want to risk that one. Microsoft is tempting to add. I've got, 50 shares left on Microsoft, but do I add over the close? Maybe. So I'll be keeping an eye on that one for an add over the close on Microsoft, assuming we can get some strength in the Qs.
Yeah, I mean, I am positive now on Apple about 30 cents, but I want more here. I want that 227.
I'm going to take a small position in Netflix just over this. So 647.60, 647.60 Netflix, small position. 647.60. So 647. There it is. Wow, that was quick. It filled, went up a point, and then pulled back below my entry. Wow. This one's it's a wild stock today, Netflix. I'll keep my stop loss pretty tight. We'll call it 642. Again, it's a small share size. If we get over 652, I'll add. But I may get stopped out in just one quick move here. So we'll leave that one separate here. AVGO, nice push. We may get a breakout over 164. So anybody who missed AVGO, if you pull that chart up and you're watching it in 1 minute, beautiful respect for that 200, right? So we saw bounce off 200, bounce off of VWAP in 200, bounce off of VWAP 200, 1, 2, 3, 4 times. Then we put in a higher low above the VWAP, and now we're pushing to new highs of day. So if 164 comes in, I will add to that position. So Raj, I got in a little bit higher. I was looking for a push over the 200. We got it. I filled. We went about a point above my entry. What I don't like is the anchored VWAP I put in from yesterday's first initial move. We're like right on it right now. So it's a 50-50 move, right? It can break lower. If it breaks lower, I don't want to risk the downside move. But the fact that we broke through the 200 was a little concerning. We broke through the anchored VWAP was still concerning. Obviously, we were able to push up to 678. So if I can get to the VWAP from here, we'll make 10 points. On 20 shares, I'll take the risk. I'm going to risk 4 points to make 10 points, and potentially add over the 55. So if we get over 652, I'll probably add to that position, maybe another 20 or 30 shares. So not going too crazy on the sizing for Netflix, just because it's really a sporadic mover. Almost a 2-point spread in some instances, right? So be careful on Netflix today. Again, it's just such a wild mover. Normally I'd trade a lot bigger share size, but it's way too spready right now for me to go in, 500 shares or something. And again, traders, the only thing I'm holding right now is Apple. I am out all shares NVIDIA. And now I just need Apple. This market is really flat right now to down. So just like that, 20 shares of Netflix out. Just like that. NVIDIA got stopped out on my runner. So the good news is we took a partial big enough on NVIDIA to make money on that trade. So even though we got out on the running shares, we're still up on that trade. So still a positive trade. The only loser I had today was TSM and Netflix. And Netflix we knew was kind of a little bit of a risk there. NVDA is strong break now. So be careful, y'all. Q's now aiming lower, SPY now aiming lower. Do we start to look like yesterday and the day before? Jonathan reaping the benefits of coin. Beautiful entry. Hopefully you're taking a couple partials on the way up here, Jonathan. Maybe you get a nice breakout, but markets are moving lower, so be careful. You know, I do think though, Scott, you know, as we're keeping an eye here on markets, this is a trader's dream market, right? The ups and the downs, the ebbs and the flows, the entries, the exits. The good news is if you're open to taking partials, paying yourself first, and respecting your stops, right? So you're minimizing any downside risk, right? I think this is kind of like dreamland, you know, a move, let's say on Microsoft to get, you know, almost 10 points on it. That's, you know, amazing, but we were, you know, paying ourselves on the way up.
Yeah, I mean, and when you think about it, like I've always said before, if somebody was to tell me that, hey, every day you traded, Scott, I would guarantee you 1 point, 1 point, $1, 1 point, whatever way you want to look at it. Man, if you signed up for that, you'd be so wealthy you wouldn't even know what to do with yourself. So when we trade here at the 44 Trading Room, and DVG talks about, you know, a 4-point move, a 5-point move, a 6-point move, a 7-point move, that's ridiculous, right? To be able to be blessed like that and to be in trades, the right type of trades, to be able to do that kind of stuff day in, day out is just incredible. And that's kind of where we put the value here of the 44 Trading Room, to be able to, you know, not only capitalize on great trading, but also to have multiple point trades. And you don't see it often in regular trading, but when you have a group of focused individuals here, it happens to us often. We're in the right stocks. I've only had 2 trades this morning, NVIDIA and Apple. And if you've noticed in the last week, I don't think I've talked about this, but in the last week, I've tried to trade less as far as, you know, my goal. I don't set a goal. Okay, so I won't use the word goal. My focus is to have 4 trades or less for the day, for the 2-hour session that I'm here, or hour and a half. Okay. So if I do 4 trades and I win 3 of the 4 trades, it's going to be a banner day. If I win 2 of 4, it's going to be a good day. It's the only time that I'm a loser is when I go, you know, three losers with 2 winners. I mean, you know, 3 losers, 1 winner, or when my losses are higher than my wins, which doesn't happen often. I'm better at cutting my losses. Obviously, got to get a hold on that to be a great performing trader. But you know, this market and the volatility, we need volatility each and every day. We get the volatility. Volatility gives us opportunity, and the opportunity gives us some great trades. And if you're on the good side of the trades in a volatile market, you're going to be making cash every single day. So it's awesome.
I'm going to be out of AVGO, the remaining shares. Beautiful trade though. We're able to take advantage of that. Again, to your point earlier, Scott, paying myself first, and even these running shares, they were still winners, right? So I got in or got out before my break even. You know, typically I'll leave some break even, but the fact that we moved up, you know, over 2.5 points and then pulled back 2.5 points, I'm not going to risk that, right? So I took some money there. Overall, great morning session thus far. I'll be keeping an eye, like we talked about Tesla, right? And I'm glad that was happening live. The push over VWAP was then rejected, right? So that was if you were bullish, that was your time to potentially try it, but obviously it was trending downward. We talked about that live. Look at it now, dropped down another 4 points. So it could have been a bullish position if you wanted for it to go higher, but a great entry opportunity if you were looking to go short and following the trend. The trend is your friend. So, you know, do I think we see a little bit more of a breakdown here in the Qs? Possibly. It's respecting this other, you know, this low of day. Maybe it's a, you know, double bottom for the day. So do we turn and burn? Looking at Microsoft and Apple, looks like that could be a possibility. So I wouldn't touch Tesla today. I think some of that has to do with the fact that in yesterday's Republican National Convention, if anybody was watching that, there was mention of bringing automotive manufacturers here to the U.S., kind of if you remember TSM's tariff announcement from the potential new administration, huge downtrend, right? But there was talk of bringing gas cars, not just electric cars. So I think that might have had an impact on Tesla this morning. So definitely be careful on Tesla. No. I'm not in Netflix. I got stopped out. I mentioned that it was below that 642. Small share size. It gave about 100 and some odd dollars. I have $110, I think, is what I lost on that Netflix trade. Look at Amazon. Okay, go Amazon.
If you would have shorted that stock this morning, you would have been wiped out today on Amazon. So again, I had said what was wrong. I remember what was wrong with the Prime 2 days. I thought they went off very well, and the stock was beaten up this morning, and this stock is off to the races here. Come on, Apple. Apple's my last stock here. The two of the stocks here that there we go. Two of the stocks here that I got into this morning: NVDA and Apple. Apple's still in. NVDA all out. Microsoft looks like it wants more as well.
You know, I mentioned Meta yesterday, just showing some pretty incredible strength, amidst these markets. And as many of you know, Meta's not my favorite stock, but trade what you see, not what you feel. And look at it go today. It was a 483. Pretty incredible. Shout out to Jonathan. Great trade on coin. Hopefully you were taking advantage of those gains as you moved up. But look at it go, right? We talked about a potential breakout. Looks like you got it. Sweet, sweet trade. Sounds like Marino's in Microsoft. Marino, what was your entry? Yeah, I'm very tempted to add. Again, I got, 50 shares left on Microsoft. If I see a 140 or 441 handle, I'll probably add another 50 shares there. Only concern is, right, Qs are getting kind of rejected here at the 200. Same with SPY. So I want to keep an eye. If we get a push above this, maybe we get a similar bullish tendency here. Just remember, we are in a downtrend, still in a bullish market, but we are in a downtrend. So I'll go ahead and early entry on Microsoft, 50 more shares. We got 100 shares now on Microsoft to the long side. See if we can get a push. Q's trying to get over that 200. Barely, barely. NVIDIA's kind of stuck at the VWAP. Tesla lower, Apple at the high of day along with Microsoft. Meta, I think, is also doing the same. Coin is just absolutely blue skies now. Does 248, 250 happen? NVIDIA at the 200 now. Could that be a possible re-entry? I don't know. I won't get in there just yet, but Marino's looking for a point on Apple. Oh, I see. Okay. Not Microsoft.
I'm looking for that 227, Marino. 227.
I think Jonathan's enjoying his trip on his yacht right now with this move in coin. Goodness. What a breakout. It also goes to show the power of this community, right? We've got a lot of great traders in this community posting their trades. You know, I wasn't able to take it when he did. By the time I read it, it was too late. But you could argue, was it too late, right? We're continuing to push higher. So congrats to Jonathan. Yesterday we had our trader of the afternoon session. Was it Steve F., I believe? I don't know if he's here this morning, but he had an amazing short trade entry on Tesla 253. He called it, it nailed it. He got a perfect 3-bar play to the downside. I think he took like 4 points off of that. Yeah, there he is.
Traders
Shout
also,
out to you.
sorry, DBG. Also, traders, those of you that are here in the room that have your own business as far as t-shirt printing or anything like that, and you'd be interested in taking on some of our business, we're looking to do some t-shirts, some swag. So if it's something that you run or if it's in your family, let me know. We're also going to be looking, like we did at TradeNet, we're going to be looking for some design, some t-shirt designs. So maybe I think the best way right now is message Clifton. Clifton will get it all together. Yep. What is it? What's the, Christopher? What is it? Printful? Printful? You think that's the way to go? Zero upfront cost that way. Okay, cool. What? Give me. I'll write it down. Is it Printful? Printful. Okay, that's what you use. Okay, perfect. Perfect. Thank you. What about the design? We could just use logo, right? Okay, so Marino, let's ask this. Okay, cool, Christopher, thank you. Shoot me an email, will you please? Christopher, shoot me an email, scott@44trading.com, and just remind me, and I'll send you my thoughts. Awesome. Yep, thank you, Clifton. Hey, so go back to Marino's comments. Other trading rooms are not like this. So, Marino, what in maybe three what separates us, do you think, from others? I mean, I have a good idea, right? Because we talk about it all the time. Family here is the difference. I agree. Tight-knit group. You know, you say good morning to everybody. You're involved in people's business. You know what's going on. Yeah, it's not a competition. That's right. Don't need it. Doesn't need to be a competition, man. We're here for the same reason, right? We share, right? We share, right? We're a community. That's right. Yeah, big shot. Yeah, no big shots here. Trust me. I said it from day one. I said it from day one. I say it all the time. It's not about the planes, trains, and automobiles, the Rolex, the Lamborghinis, and the Ferraris. Listen, if I wanted to go out and buy one of those right now, it would be a done deal. Okay, but you know what? It's a bigger calling. It's actually running a room and enjoying other people's companies and trading. I mean, I love to trade, right? So I'm going to do this anyway. I might as well get some mic time. I might as well share. I might as well, you know, have fun with others, and then make a little bit of money on the side. I mean, but we don't make squat in the room, really. I mean, it's not, you know, 144 bucks a month is not a, you know, we're not going to make it there. We're going to make it trading these markets, and this room. I would say this room by we're going to have well over 100 people by the end of the year. In the room, and then our goal by next June will be 200 people in the room. 200 people in the room. So that's, once we get to 200 people, we'll have a huge community out there that's going to be living and breathing every day. That we're going to get some exposure on all social media platforms, and that's all in the work. Yep, perfect. 99% of the other trading rooms rely on Discord callouts and our follow the leader leaders here. Actually, take a look at everybody callouts and suggestions, right? Yeah, I mean, that's a good point. So, you can sit here and say, you know what I'll do is I'll just charge you for my calls. So, I don't know, you're sitting at a bar, you're sitting at a beach, you're at work, and you're on your phone, and all of a sudden Scott says, or DVG says, long Microsoft at 425, and you click on it, you pay for the call, I don't know, $100 a month, whatever you pay, and you take the trade and you make money on it. That's good. That's not bad. But you know what? That's, to me, that's not really learning. That's not really teaching, right? That's not being a teacher. That's not feeding. That's not leading the horse to the water, right? That's just making a call and say, do this. I'd rather, and who knows, maybe we'll have that later. I shouldn't say it, but I'd rather just teach and tell you the reason why. And I think that's the value of Aggie. That's the value of DVG. The value of myself is to say, okay, this is the reason why we're getting in, and this is the reason why I'm not getting in. So we'll leave it at that.
Seth, great move on Meta, by the way, and thanks for the shout out there. Marino, it's just this. I would recommend take a Netflix chart, drop it in 15-minute time frame, look at the initial move right after the close, right? That 600 bottom and the whatever was the top. I can pull it up here. Drop an anchored VWAP on there so you and I are reading the same sheet of music. I am keeping an eye on Netflix though, because it's back at this 200, it's back at this anchored VWAP, right? And I'm using, like, it literally, if you notice, it's resisting both of those areas. So if it can get a really good push above there, does it have some upside? Yes. The only concern is, it almost hit $680 this morning, and it's down at 645 now. So is there room to the upside? Absolutely. It's super spready though, and it's rejecting the 200 and the anchored VWAP. So you'd want to see kind of this move over 649.20 to get the validation. The challenge is how many sellers are up at 650 on the dot, right? Those round numbers, you have a tendency to get people that are interested in selling or buying at those, exact dollar amounts, right? So I'm definitely keeping an eye on it. We had one losing trade, small share size. So in my mind, and originally I wanted to add 30 shares if we got a push. So I'd be willing to take another position up to 30 shares, nothing bigger, because we did have already one losing trade. So I'm not looking for revenge on Netflix today, but definitely have it up on my watch list. Amazon slowly creeping higher, rejecting the 185. We are seeing a pullback in the queues, so be careful here, right? We just put in a lower low previously, so either bulls step in right now, or I'll be looking to get short these overall markets. So definitely, let's see how we behave. VWAP and 200 is kind of right at the same level on the queues right now. So, obviously big resistance point on the queues. SPY's rejecting that same level, the 200, it's stuck under the VWAP now. So it looks like bears are trying to, take over, but it only takes one big bullish strike candle, and we change the entire momentum of this market. So I'm keeping an eye here at this level. Ironically, we're in this 10:30 time frame, which is, as many of you know, kind of decision time, an hour into the session. So we still have our 100 shares on Microsoft. Geez, coin, what a move. So didn't take coin, but for those of you who were able to get into coin, congratulations. I'd be paying yourself up here, leaving some for that, breakout over 650, or sorry, 250. Sorry, I'm looking at Netflix. Over 250, but definitely pay yourself first, because we are coming into that 10:30 session where we'll have a directional decision more than likely. Yeah, Yuri, so an anchored VWAP, there is a difference, right? It'll take into account a specific move in a specific period of time. Typically when I see earnings, you'll see earnings have a pretty big move, 10% or whatever the price may be on a specific stock. So what I'll do is, if I see that big of a move, I'll put an anchored VWAP as another indicator for me to keep an eye on. We talked about that in the training session as well, for those who are able to make it on Wednesday. If you missed that session, reach out to Clifton. I believe he has a recording he can share for members. That was a members only. So if you are new to the room, trying the room, maybe that could be some incentive to join. And hopefully, I think Chris, I believe, was mentioning he was able to pay for his first month of dues in the room, his first day of trading. So look, is there a guarantee you're going to win every day? For those of you know, yesterday I had a red day. We managed to turn green on the day. Red days happen though, right? Scott and I are not perfect. We're traders. So as day traders, sometimes you have a green day, sometimes you don't. But the key is, how do you keep your red days small and your green days large, right? Coin breaking out yet again. See what kind of movement we get in the next 8 minutes. Sitting on my hands for new trades at the moment, keeping an eye on Netflix, Nvidia. Obviously we have Microsoft, which at this point, I mean, that thing can drop to the close, or you know, the open, and I'd still be green on that trade. So low risk on Microsoft. Nvidia got rejected at the 200, so I think if it can get above this 120.80 level, and it happens to be 1030 bullish move, that could be a fun entry. Tesla aiming lower. Apple respecting the 200 and VWAP at the moment to the upside.
Yeah, Microsoft now closed the gap, the entire gap to the upside, looking good. Still hanging on to Apple, nothing more here.
You know, conversely on Nvidia, if this 119.80 area breaks, it could be a good opportunity to short Nvidia. Looks like it's getting close to there now. But we can turn on a dime, right, in 5-6 minutes. Remember, we are in a downward trend for the last 2 days in the tech sector. And yesterday we did see a more broad sell-off, including in the SPY. So that affected all sectors. I think it was almost like 90% of stocks were red yesterday. Some outrageous number. So do we see a pullback today? Possibly, or this could be follow through. So be careful if you're long. Make sure you pay yourself first. You know, right now I'm slowly getting a bias to the downside unless we see some real big bullish activity, you know, big strike candle on the Qs and the SPY to get above this 553.55 area on the SPY, and the Qs 480, you know, over the close basically. Right now it's just not looking like the Qs are prepared to do that just yet.
Looking for trade number 3, maybe ISRG, I don't know. I think the ISRG trade is little spready, about $1 spread, probably too much for me right now.
Looks like there's a break in NVIDIA there below that 119.80. So for those of you who were looking to short it, congratulations. Now the other concern too is, we mentioned it yesterday, markets feel kind of, I know trappy is not a word, but almost like the moves will happen in a perfect level to get bears involved, then the bulls will step in, and then vice versa. We'll see an area where bears or bulls will step in, and then the bears are right there to reject it. So obviously favoring the downside right now. Might be starting to look for some short positions. Well, let's give it till 10:30. So still sitting on my hands. Don't want to get trapped in a trade the wrong direction and just have it turn around.
Pulling down NVDA towards the bottom of the day. Last time we were down here, we thought about going long NVIDIA. Could definitely be another play here.
Q's breaking lower, SPY low a day. Yeah, I think we're aiming lower here, folks. So be careful. What was the low on day yesterday? It looks like 47627. 47627 low on yesterday. So be mindful of that level on the Qs. 47627. I'll go ahead and mark my chart with that information. Let's see what we do in the next 5 minutes here. See if we get any bullish behavior. Otherwise, I will be bearish. So if we see a rejection at the VWAP again on Qs, assuming that we can get a bounce to the Qs, I will be likely short this market now. The fact that NVIDIA is now approaching the low of day. Is that an entry opportunity or is it a short opportunity? ISRG, I did get stopped out of my remaining shares. We left that one on autopilot for those of you who were following that trade. It does have a nice bounce. It looks like it's approaching that anchored VWAP area, which is essentially right where the VWAP is now. Pull up ABGO as well. Yeah, the concern with something like NVIDIA, right? I mean, it could really sell really fast. So is this a chance for an entry? If your stop loss was the low of the day, which is 119.01, you're risking 30 cents. Could be an opportunity. I just don't like that Q's Inspire aiming lower, continuing this downtrend. So I'll be waiting on that. There's the big break on NVDA. NVIDIA now at the low of day. Might be time to get bearish these markets yet again. I will get out of my Microsoft position still for a nice gain. I think it's time that these stocks start looking to aim lower.
And we've definitely taken out the low now. We're going to be ripping to the downside. I wouldn't mind an Amazon short here under maybe 183.50. Tesla at the low of the day.
Yeah, Michael, a few platforms were impacted by that on the trading side from that outage. In fact, even some of them they were putting in like different numbers, so it wasn't even following market trend like accurately. So showing like the SPY at Wednesday's levels or something like that. So everybody thought that they had a huge gain, or and then only to find out, hey, technically I had a loss, yesterday. What happened with that? And they wake up and realize where the markets were. So a few platforms I think were impacted. I don't know the whole list, but there were definitely a few that were impacted from that outage.
I can't believe this. If this day turns into an ugly red day, I would be shocked. Down about 70 points now on the NASDAQ.
Might be interested in taking those 30 shares on Netflix over the close. Over the close. I'd want to see some stabilization in the Qs, but I do like the price action on Netflix here. We'll get in over the close on Netflix. NVIDIA just getting thrashed right now. Okay, we're in on Netflix, 30 shares, nothing big. And if I do take a second losing trade on Netflix, that'll be a wrap for me on Netflix for the day. I don't want to take revenge trades. Raj, over the close was yesterday's close, which was 643. I think 643.04 was the actual close.
Traders, I'm going to go to full share size now on Apple over 226 this time around here. If we come up and take out the 226 on Apple, I'm going to go ahead and double up here. Apple stands strong even in this. Think about this. Even in this downward turn here, it's stuck above the VWAP line.
Yeah, you know, I think, Scott, I'm going to take Q's long down here. If it is bottom fishing, my stop loss will be yesterday's low, which is 46727. I'm wondering if this might be a test for a double bottom from yesterday. So in case we move higher, I'll reap the benefits on the Qs. So I already got in. It's a build position, so I'm happy to add to this. I'll just post it here in the room. So QQQ long, 477.70 we'll call it. And again, the stop is going to be tight, and it's a build position, right? When I say it's a build position, let's say for example, we start with 100 shares. If it moves in favor, I add another 100 shares. If I like the move, I add another 100 shares. So right here, 478.10. Actually, I'll move it a little higher. 478.15. I'm going to go ahead and add another 50 shares to the Q's long in case this is a bottom reversal. I don't typically like to always do the bottom fishing, but the reality is my risk is mitigated by the low of day yesterday. Arguably, I could say it's the low of day today, but can we put in another low? Yes. Right? I'm just looking around broader markets, seeing bounce, like, for example, on Tesla. Pretty aggressive bounce off the low there. Does it mean it's going to go higher? No. Right? It could definitely go lower. But just taking a chance here. So like right now, Netflix, we're up on that trade, 2 points. I want to see if I can get more. I want to see the VWAP. So let's see if we can get over 650 and change. I think VWAP right now is 653. Wouldn't that be great? 10 points on 30 shares. Let's go. And it's very possible, right? So let's see. We tagged my ad, but it didn't fill on the Qs. 478.15. Let's see if we can get pushed through and actually get filled here. Come on, it's right there at my position. Why is it not filling? 478.15 is where I had the ad, and it didn't fill. What's up with that?
No trade on Apple. Do we come off the bottom here? That's the key. Do we come off the bottom with NVDA, with Apple? Are we starting to run here?
Yeah, NVIDIA would be risky business for sure down here. But the reality is if you wanted to get in, you're risking 30 cents. Low of day being the stop. Could be a good chance to maybe take that risk. I don't know. What do you think, Scott? Obviously downtrending.
Which is that?
Pretty big move downside on NVIDIA.
Yeah.
Right? Low of days 118.65. We're at 119 and change right now. This could be a chance to try to bottom fish on something like an NVIDIA. Obviously, markets are not trending in favor, so it is a riskier trade. But if you are looking to bottom fish in these types of scenarios, respecting your stop is the key. So if, let's say, you were to get in at 119 on NVIDIA, you would definitely want to make sure that your stop loss is no lower than 118.65 because you don't want to be part of that next potential down leg, right? We got a nice move on Netflix. Didn't take a partial. I don't think I'll be kicking myself on that one. I'll hang on for the VWAP. So 653 is kind of my target ideally on Netflix. If I see anything over 650, I will go ahead and take off at least 20 shares. Pretty nasty move on the Qs now. And this is the problem with bottom fishing, folks. Like, I prefer to be bearish right now. I am keeping an eye, though, on yesterday's low of day, 47627 on the Qs. So can we bounce here? Maybe. Can we go down to 476 and change? Sure. Right? But I'm taking a little bit of risk here. We only have 50 shares. And I wanted to get the ad. Kind of thank goodness we didn't quite get it on that 478.15 just yet. But those shares are still up there. So if we happen to move above 478.15 and fill, I'm happy to keep those 50 shares and wait for VWAP. That'll tell me that we're actually moving stronger to the upside. So we literally tagged my, ad entry, but for whatever reason I didn't fill. So, I'm not complaining, right? Less of a loss right now for me. The Qs are getting heavy. SPY's getting heavy. NVIDIA now.
Watch NVDA take off the bottom here. Interesting.
Yep. I'm tempted to do 119. Well, I'm on okay. 119. We'll do 100 shares in VDA. Here, bottom fishing, and we'll do a 35-cent stop. So 118.65. But we'll not waste a penny more on that low of day. So if we respected that as the low of day, I might have just caught the absolute bottom. So we're filled now at 119, 100 shares on NVDA. I'll post it here in the room. NVDA, 119. And I am taking a little bit more of a risk, frankly. Should I be? No, we've had a green day so far. Why give it back, right? But I'm feeling like maybe we turn around a little bit here, right? Worst case, I'm going to lose $50 on the Qs and $35 on NVDA. We are up almost $3,000 today. I'm at $2,600 today. It's a good day today. Yeah, Rick, you know what? I was disappointed. I'm like, hey, why didn't I get my fill on the Qs? Like, I put it up there as a limit order. It tagged my, right on the mark, right? 478.15. I put a limit order out there. It touched it, and I was surprised I didn't get filled. So, good news, I suppose, but all right, NVDA almost tagged out of here. It's a limit stop loss. 4 more cents.
Apple stop loss will be low of the day.
Okay, same. There we go. I'm out in NVDA. NVDA all out. A quick losing trade, $35. Bummer. Still in on the Qs though. I'm going to give that till yesterday's low of day. Meanwhile, Netflix is working. So I'm definitely making more off the Netflix trade than I did on this NVIDIA trade. Let's see if we can get a bigger push on Netflix. So VWAP area, I'll take 20 off of Netflix, assuming we can reach that level. Maybe we don't. Don't do it now, NVIDIA. Oh, look at NVIDIA coming back with a vengeance now. And there you have it. Live example of getting tagged out and having it turn and burn. And you look at serve DVG. Let's take a look at SERV. Wow. Okay. So that's not typically a stock I would trade, really, from a price standpoint. 9 times out of 10, I'm not taking stocks that are usually mid to large cap, predominantly large cap. The challenge I have with something like this is obviously there was some kind of news. It went from $2 to $6. 132% move. You can get that on these, less expensive stocks. The question is are you buying into sellers? Like, where's the top on this? No idea, right? It's been up at 37 at one point. I don't know enough about their business to give you sound advice on Serve Robotics. I'm happy to kind of look into that if it would be benefit for, folks here in the room. But yeah, that's an impressive move, right? The question is if you buy it here at, $5.95, look how fast it's dropping. It's moving. You can move $1 against you in a blink of an eye, right? So, I don't want to call this a meme stock, but you probably know more about that than I do, right? NVDA disclosed a purchase yesterday. They own some shares in it. Yeah, there you go. So if you're able to take advantage of that, right? Like, that's a huge move. And frankly, I would wherever your entry is, I'd put $1 below it, right? So let's just, I don't know if you got into that trade, but let's just say you got in at the high of day today around that $5 mark. I'd probably put your stop around $4. If you don't want to risk a full point, then do 4.5. But at that point, I would hang on, because knowing that its high is at $37, who knows, right? So unfortunately, I can't give you more sound advice or something like that, just because I don't have the history of trading that particular stock. So good luck if you're in that trade, though. YOLO it, CC. For those of you who don't know, CC Christopher's middle name is YOLO. That's his self-proclaimed middle name. YOLO, baby. Yeah. Yeah, I'm liking these chip stocks. AMD turning around down here might be worth taking an entry over 153 on AMD. I'm going to keep an eye on it. I won't take that trade just because NVIDIA tagged me, so I'm going to take a little bit of breather on the chip stocks. I don't want to miss out, quote unquote, but I'm not upset, right? Like, we had a $35 miss swing on NVIDIA, and look at it go now. Yeah, look, here's the cues, right? We got filled on an extra 50 shares. Now, do we take off from here? I like it. It's kind of validating. All right, we want to test this level. Do the bears step in? Now we're holding 100 shares, so my risk is a little bit higher. We're risking $200 if we end up reaching yesterday's low. But I'll hang on. Netflix moving higher. I like this. It looks like we got to 651. I missed that. I was looking at other stocks. So I'm going to go ahead and take 20 off of Netflix. It's a little early. I don't mind, though. We'll leave 10 shares on Netflix. That basically made up for the loss previously with those 20 shares. So we're still green on Netflix. Hopefully some of you were able to take that trade on Netflix. What a great move that was. Raj, here's the challenge with a stock like NVIDIA. Twofold. One, if you look at the big key players that contribute to the Qs, obviously there's more stocks, but Microsoft, Apple, NVIDIA. If you just look at those three stocks and you look at the Qs, they're typically almost identical, right? Not always, because you might have one leading, like we saw with NVIDIA, but NVIDIA technically, its all-time high was 140.76, and there's a lot of people that own that stock in the 130s, but there's also a lot of people that own it down in the 118s, the 115s, even the $100 mark, right? Because you got to remember that big split that happened with NVIDIA, right? 10-to-1 split. A lot of people, it's almost like the post-split hangover, right? Where anytime there's a split, you'll usually see a drawdown. Look at CMG, right? Same thing. 50-to-1 split, that thing has done nothing but go down. Yeah, it's bouncing a little along the way, but 50, nice round number. Actually, I'll pull up CMG. Let's see how it looks today. But we also had news on Domino's Pizza that wasn't favorable, right? But yeah, it's like this 52, 53. It looks like it's trying to consolidate here. Does it turn around here? Possibly, yeah. I think people wouldn't mind owning some here, but can it tank from here, right? Even if it gets to $50, right, that's still a $2,500 stock. You know, and NVDA at $120, it's $1,200 stock. I mean, obviously we can't look at it that way when we're seeing it at $119, but it kind of puts things in perspective, right? With, you know, where people owned it pre-split, post-split, and then of course, like how many people are stepping in to buy it. Obviously, NVIDIA is a favored stock when it comes to AI chips, et cetera. But, you know, I think today, if it does decide to get over this 121.60, which was the high of today's move, Scott and I reaped the benefit of that move together. I think Scott got a better fill on his partial up there. I got mine at like 121.40, I think, or something like that. But I think, you know, 123, if chips get in favor today. Look at this nice move on Netflix, though. Right here to the VWAP. Does it keep going, though? Question mark. Raj, hopefully that answered your question. Here's the other thing, though, too. The downside on NVIDIA, 115, easy. 116, 115, 117. I mean, every point on that, you know, it almost progressively gets worse the lower it goes. Like we even saw it yesterday.
I would, Marina, I would stay short the stock. There's just very, very little volume there. But it is under the VWAP. Trend is lower. So I would stay short the stock. Probably wouldn't even get involved with it right now. I'm just at a standstill, slowing down in the market right now for sure.
I think we're going to get the push here on the Qs. So I'll go ahead and take 80% of my position off at the 55, which looks about 179. So 179, I'll take, you know, of the 100 shares we're working with now, you know, I'll go ahead and take probably 80 shares off if we see that 179, and then I'll hold the rest. You know, maybe if we get over the 200 and see some bullish treatment, like look at NVIDIA. Look at NVIDIA now. Look at this. Oh, well. Hopefully some of you were able to get that 119 entry after I got stopped out, maybe picked up my shares.
Really looking good
but
now. Starting to go.
Yeah. We're tagging the 55 right now for those of you guys using the indicators I mentioned on Wednesday's discussion. On the 1 minute chart, we literally perfectly tagged the 55. For those of you who remember, just an easy way that I like to, it's not an exact definition, right? But I think of a 12 SMA as retail traders commitment, a 22 SMA as swing trader commitment, and a 55 SMA as institutional commitment. Then when you have a 200 commitment, right, which is 200 EMA, that is like everybody wants this thing to move. Problem with NVIDIA today, look left. Once we fell below the 200, we rejected the 200 EMA twice and have gone down. So
Apple took a step down and then just sideways.
You know, I totally missed the Fed Williams speech is at 10:40, so we might see a little bit of impact from that. I'll have to go find out where I can get information on that. I might get out of Netflix today. You know, nice green day to start off Friday. No complaints. How's everybody else doing today?
Let's take a poll here. I sense that we're just probably treading water unless unless I'm wrong today. I'm green, but I've only had 2 trades today, so trading less, but not because I wanted to. I wanted to find another opportunity here, and I still do. Still early in the day. Look at about 60-40 right now.
Right on, Marino. You know, I still think Microsoft over the close could be interesting. You know, I got out of the remaining shares that, for those of you following, right, we took that at the open. Definitely my trade of the day. But over the close could be interesting. So if we see a bullish move on SPY and the Qs, I would definitely be keeping a close eye on Microsoft. I think we're going to get the move on the Qs right now. Again, if we see 478.90, you know, whatever, I'll probably take my 80% off of that position and let the last 20 run. So I might take it a little earlier than the 479. I just, you know, I don't want to sit around here all morning.
Yeah, so 60-40 here. Again, we're just, I don't read too much into that. I think we have a little bit of a slow day, but a slow green day is better than a slow red day, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely some chop today. Remembering we are in a downward trend from the last 2 days. It looks like we're finding some support. You know, am I 100% bullish for the next, you know, couple weeks? Not yet. Not yet. You know, frankly, I'd have to see 485 plus on the Qs to get, you know, more bullish on this market right now. So the two small losing trades we had today was Netflix and Nvidia. We came back into Netflix, and I've made that, you know, and then some. I stuck to my guns when I announced to the room, not a penny more on the low of day for Nvidia. It went 6 cents below my stop loss, and look at it go now. It moved back 1.5 points. So for those of you who were able to take NVDA 119 long, congratulations, you got a point. I will be coming out of 80% of my Q position here momentarily. Let's see if we get 478.90 print. There we go, 479, excellent. Went ahead and took 80% off of my Q position. Another beautiful green trade. I'll leave 20 on to run. CRWD making a nice movement back to yesterday's close. I mean, it is down pretty big on the day. So can we fill that gap? Another 20 points? I don't know. But that was one I'll keep on my watch list as well. If you missed NVDA over 119, now over the 200, which would be around 120.30, could be a good entry. We're over the VWAP now. Qs are pushing higher. SPY's moving higher, and that's a big strike candle. So that's getting bullish now, the market. So be careful if you're short. I'll get full bull on the market when we see Qs above 485. Obviously, we've got a ways to go. We may not get that today, but Scott, to your point, I don't know. It's kind of tough to think we're going to keep pushing lower, but we can. We're at the VWAP now. If we reject here, we might have some more downside movement, so be careful. That might do it for my morning session, though, Scott. So thank you to the community. Thanks for the team. I'll be back from 2 to 4 today. Hopefully, some of the trades we took, maybe you took them with me, maybe you didn't, but hopefully you did, and you were able to get some green out of those trades. And we'll see everyone this afternoon. Thanks again, Scott. Chat soon.
Yep. Take care of yourself, DVG. We'll see you this afternoon at 2. Okay, DVG wraps up the morning session here. Pretty successful day for DVG once again, and a great week here. For myself, I'm just waiting on the Apple trade to start to take off here, and I'm looking for one more trade. We're very, very slow though right now, very slow. Okay, Trace, I'm going to give it about 10 more minutes here. I'll probably come out of the Apple trade here. And again, you know, to me, small loss on Apple, big gain on NVDA today, or on Microsoft for DVG and stuff. And I think, you know, to me, just a very slow day here. We'll get Aggie in here momentarily. She'll take you through the lunch hour, then DVG will finish up. I'm going to finish up the day again green, but now if I come out of Apple, I'm going to wait just a minute here. My entry is 226. I've got small share size. I wanted to add to the trade, but I didn't get that 227 break. So I'm looking forward to that. Anyway, I'll bring on Aggie right now. I want everybody to have a wonderful weekend. I've had 5 straight green days. Today and yesterday, not what I'm accustomed to as far as profitability, but green trades. And remember, green trades go hand in hand. Again, this is, you want to link the days together. You want to have profitable days, but more so you want to have a profitable week. And the most important thing is you want to have a profitable month. You need to think about paying yourself on a monthly basis. And if you're going to pay yourself on a monthly basis, the way that you measure that is through your monthly your monthly profits. So if you are profitable on a monthly basis, you're doing great. You're doing better than majority of the traders out there, and that's really how we measure it. So I just want to leave you with that. I'll turn it over to Aggie right now. I will see everybody bright and early Monday morning. It's going to be an incredible week. This week has been wonderful. Thank you for joining us. Thank you, everybody on YouTube today, also for following along. And if you want to come into this room, Chris, Joe, the rest of them, if you want to come into this room here and be part of it, you can use the 7-day free trial and come on in. Clifton's got the link there on in YouTube. So it's like buying gambling picks. Yeah. So anyway, do that. Come on in. Enjoy. Traders, have a wonderful weekend. God bless you all. Godspeed. Enjoy. Aggie's up next. Traders, we'll see you on Monday. Take care. Have a great week.
Thank you, Scott. Have a beautiful weekend. Hi, everyone. How are you today? Choppy market, isn't it? Thinking you want to shorten video again? Okay. 119.60 maybe. Thank you, Vincent. Yes, Mark. Seems like this market is still weaker than stronger. And might I'm going to recall my short on the TQQQ. We had a very nice winner on that. On my side, very nice green day because I just catch this coin on 236. I've called it in the guidance room. So I'm really happy with that trade. I'm out already. And I'm going to take TQQQ under 72 and 25 again. On the NVDA, I think it's a bit too late for me decking. 119.80, that was nice. For me, it's a bit too late now. I want to go for a 20 cents first. Hi, Lee, again. I want to go for a 20 cents first. Let's see if we can get it. Go, go, go. Here we go. Okay, very nice. I am ready to take my partial already on the TQQQ. I'm on the scalping side, mainly traders, because of the fact that the market is extremely choppy. So I'm just taking my 20 cents here on the TQQQ stop loss 72.30. 72.30. And let's see whether we can make a new low with the market. And yes, I agree, Mark, that this market is rather weak than strong. No doubt. Okay, My next partial on the TQQQ, it should be around 7170 traders, 7170. Nice DVG. So you did just the same like me. Thank you, DVG. See you at 2 p.m. Yeah, seems like the bears are still on attack mode. Traders, TQQQ still continues, hopefully. All right, and here we go for a new low. It's going to be interesting. And again, traders, I'm just encouraging you in the lunchtime as excuse me. Usually it is it's more quiet than the morning or the afternoon session. I encourage you to, just chit chat to each other, share your thoughts, your struggles, your questions. Let's just build this already great 44 community. So far, market is heading to the lows again. The SPY is weaker today. I'm watching this JP Morgan traders. Yeah, I'm going to take JP Morgan. This is going to be my next short here. JP Morgan 210 and 30. Bit lower share size because I don't like it. Dicking, yes, exactly. This is what I was watching as well on the JP Morgan. Perfect. Stop loss should be to 11.20. Apple South, you are long on the Apple. Okay. A bit extended. Well, depends on the market whether we will break this bear flag or not. For a scalp, everything is just a scalp for today. But Mike, yes, Mike is going to pull back like 20, 30 cents. Let's see. Yeah, the king. I agree. All right, traders, so SPY still bear flagging here. I feel like if it's going to break 550, that can be epic again to the downside. But the bulls are still fighting here. Nothing has decided yet. JP Morgan has not entered. Oh, I forgot to send it. Sorry, guys. So JP Morgan under 210 and 30. Let's see whether the bulls can be strong again. Thank you, DVG, for the info. So I'm really, it looks tempting as well. Alex, it's completely not off topic. So actually you can just ask these questions, and I'm encouraging you. Use the strengths, the advantages of being in the 44 trading family, because I'm sure someone can help you in that question. As you know, most of you know that I am living in Europe, and like that I cannot use US brokerages. I have no idea. So please, US traders, help to Alex. DVG is helping already. The Scott is using. You are using Fidelity as well. You don't like it? Oh, okay. Not yet, not yet, but it's getting close again, the king, and I still like it. I mean the JP Morgan. Hmm. And JP Morgan in. Apple moving. Luck with that sound. I did not take it. All right, traders. On the JP Morgan, I want to see 209.7080 for the first partial. Hopefully, the stop loss is much better now, only over 210.85, which means 50 cents would be a great partial here. And both the SPY and triple Q are heading back to the lows at the moment. Please. Rick, do you think it's still going to push higher? Let's see. I don't know. You see the volume in the green candles in this consolidation? I don't know. You know what? I would buy it anyway, only over 317, the CRWD. Earliest, I would say. Do you? Let's wait for 240, Christopher. Let's wait for 240, and maybe then we can get it. Okay, here comes my TQQQ. I did not put a hard stop loss here, so I'm just going to take a partial, second partial soon. Beautiful winner for me on TQQQ. Wow, guys, I just realized I'm a bit tired. I'm a bit tired. You know what? Instead of taking a partial, I added 1,000 shares to TQQQ. I'm really tired, but thank God it is just a lucky mistake. I'm just selling a lot now, or buying back, sorry, because this is a short. Wow. I was lucky. I was just not checking the share size. Oh my goodness. Maybe I'm just switching to the demo now. Yes. Yes, Julie. Nice to see you. Well, yeah, it's still a valid trade, but I'm not very happy with that. I've already entered. I've entered a bit too. Yeah, guys, I need a sleep. I guess I entered under 220 or 210.40 already. And I still have a lot of caffeine. Okay, now it did enter. He entered JP Morgan as well, second partial TQQQ on enter JP Morgan. I want to see 209 and 80, 209 and 80 because this is a 50 cents. This is the 1R. Yes, the king it did. Luckily it did. Wow, and we are dropping again. Okay. Actually, this market looks very similar to 2022 July. If you just check the SPY back to 2022 July, you will know what I mean. TQQQ stop loss, now hard stop loss on the entry, which I did forget. And SPY is way under 550. I guess 548 is going to be the next. No, 514.880s. This is the pivot S1, which can be a possible support here. Very nice on winner on TQQQ, JP Morgan, kind of. Not the best yet. Anyone is living in Spain, traders? Anyone from Spain or just living there? No one? Raj, JP Morgan stop loss over 210 and 90. And it's going to break everything. Like a VWAP, 100 EMA, 50 EMA, every defense line is going to break. Tara, are you from Spain? Really? Which part? Kidding me? Really? That's nice. Marbella or that part? Okay, DVG. Yeah, I get you. What? Yeah. Uh-huh. That's great. All right. Are you Spanish or just living there? I'm just asking because Mikey will go there for some months because of one of my project of my husband. Oh, that's nice. I'm not sure yet, but Alicante it is, if I pronounce it well. I just started to learn Spanish. It's not far away, I know. Yeah, it is. Nice. Not sure yet, maybe just next year. We will see. Come on, JP Morgan, you are not doing the right direction. Ah, thank you. Yeah, I was just searching for, you know, rentals, but most of them are these seasonal rentals. Which is interesting for me, you know, like not too many long-term rentals, no, only from September to June or May. Not easy to find, as I see. Yeah, still do not worry about the JP Morgan because I see the volume in the green candles not impressive at all. And wow, look at even Amazon went back under the VWAP again. Tara, thank you in advance. That I will need your help if the time comes. You see, guys, this is great to be a trader. You can trade everywhere from everywhere in the world. It's a really big advantage. Okay, traders, now we really need to see this JP Morgan to drop. Be great. If you have any great idea for a trade, please just let me know. Traders, seems like the market so far is going lower, but not my JP Morgan yet. Still patient with that trade. TQQQ is still going. Beautiful NVDA. If you took it, I don't know, Banzai, if you are still holding it or did you retake it? That was another great opportunity on the NVDA, and I just don't get why JP Morgan is not doing to the right direction. Yes, if it's not going to get a rejection, and unfortunately now I see some volume coming in. It's not good. It's good that I took it with a lower share size. Yeah, I understand. But even the first rate was really nice. Okay, guys, so far my JP Morgan is not doing great, but my TQQQ is definitely still really good. So far it got rejected. Market is still bear flagging. Amazing. Hopefully it will do that. Speaking. PayPal short week. I don't remember indeed, but let me just check it. How does it look like? Oh, beautiful. Nice call. Whoever called it, really nice call on the PayPal. Well done. Yes, it's dropping. It's dropping. Okay, come on, JP Morgan. Now market is still holding here. Okay, GPM should break the 210 now. But we are still not close. Just telling you that this is what I am waiting for. Oh, come on, JP Morgan. Don't like this double bottom. I really don't like that. Mhm. Okay, SPY focus still a bit slow, but no doubt it's weak. Trying to make a reversal though now. 50 EMA should be broken. 50 EMA has not been broken for a while with the SPY or on the SPY. Mhm. Okay, JP Morgan finally just found the right direction here. Now we really need to break this 210. Let's see, Jim. Let's just go to under 210 with the JP Morgan and then we can reverse. But yes, it's very much possible indeed. I'm going to be out on TQQQ over 72 traders. Over 72, I'm out of the TQQQ. This is now a hard stop loss. And let's see whether this reversal is serious on the market or this is just a usual small pullback and we roll over. Nice green candle on the market as I see. Not nice, JP Morgan. And seems like the bulls are quite serious at this time. So I'm sure I'm not going to leave my JP Morgan to go for a full loss. Ooh, ISRG, what a pullback. That's crazy. JP Morgan, that's not good. And out. One winner, one loser. It's too slow. JP Morgan almost made it. Should not have been so patient with that trade. And seems like the SPY's really pushing back at this time. Also, I'm still a bit cautious to call anything to the long side. Maybe only if we will go over the VWAP finally with both indices. Yeah, right, Banzai. Yeah, this is what I felt indeed, that this is going to happen. A low volume, choppy market. But now seems like someone is really buying. Actually, Amazon really looks nice over 184. Let's see whether the spine triple Q can move back over the VWAP. In this case, I think Amazon can be one of my favorite candidates here. Okay, traders are Have a nice weekend. Yeah, we need a little luck here for sure with this market. Okay, traders, so far, which I am waiting for, which would be to see the market to break the VWAP. It has not happened yet. In this case, I'm going to be ready to call some longs, but I still do not see anything. So one winner, one loser for the afternoon or for the lunchtime. Also, as the TQQQ, I took it with a higher share size. I always take it with a higher share size. And my winner is bigger, and then we have two partials on it. JP Morgan, it's a one-on loser. Don't worry, you are not alone. It was not an easy market, as I told you in the beginning of the day as well, that I'm expecting the big boys to take a break today because of the outage indeed. So yeah, choppy market. But now look at that. It's really trying to push back over the VWAP. I still keep an eye on the Amazon. SPY again looking a little bit stronger than the overall triple Q. I see now why. XLF is just trying to push back again. Amazing. Okay, market has not convinced me yet that we are going to go higher. Again, still cannot see anything. Market is starting to be slow a little bit. Since 12, as you can see, it's just going sideways. So again, I'm just encouraging you guys, especially in the main room, but in the guidance room already have this little community that talk to each other. If you have any questions, of course, I'm very happy to answer as well. So I guess it was a long week for everyone. And the market is really not doing too much at the moment. But I still like Amazon. It seems like the market again giving up. Interesting. I'm out of TQQQ now. Okay, and the SPY is breaking down again. I was thinking of taking again TQQQ under 7180, but I just do not want to push my luck. So it's still doing great, as I see. Mm. Yoni, I'm just watching this HE for a while. I was watching it from the morning indeed. And yes, I find it interesting as well, but it's just not moving. You know what? These lower price stock sometimes is just starting to break out and does not stop. So maybe it's worth to take a try on that one. Maybe not with a very high share size, but looks interesting. I agree. Okay, look at that. Even the JP Morgan is coming back now. It's funny. Seems like the market could not make this break over the VWAP traders. That's why I was not calling this Amazon. Let's see if it can pull back again. I doubt though. Now I definitely regret I did not retake this TQQQ. I feel like this would have been my third trade on the TQQQ. Yes, Yoni, Elon Musk post on X. We just deleted CrowdStrike from all our system. Uh-oh. Okay, guys, let's just take a quick trade in that then. Thank you, Yoni. 305.50. Small share size just for fun. CRWD. Here we go. Now let's see. I want to catch like $1. Let's see. Okay. Come on, CRWD. I just took it. Let's go for 304. Okay, nice traders. I am ready. I am ready to take a partial 80% off on the CRWD short. I'm just taking it now. It's 304, $1.50, and almost. And I'm going to put my stop loss over 305. And big thank for Yoni for the quick news. I am not on X. See, that's a big, big mistake. So I'm going to register on it from now. So thank you, Yoni. Nice winner on the CRWD, $1.50 cleared. 305.50 is the stop loss, and let it run. 301 is the next partial for me. Yes, looks like Christopher, but don't forget the buyers here. Yeah, it's a very bad news. I agree, by the way. I completely agree. It was a really quick scalp, but nice. And seems like it's just not just the CRWD, but the overall market is back to the lows again. Oh my goodness, wow, look at TQQQ traders. Amazing. Can't believe I just missed that one. Annoying. Okay. Again, new low on the triple Q. I see. I'm just checking it. 549. Just checked on the SPY as well. Amazing week day for the overall market. Let's see if we can get a little bounce here. Yeah, exactly. I agree, Christopher. And actually, I see a very promising green candle here. However, this is not enough yet. It needs to be continued now. Not enough just to see these green candles. So far, Christopher, this is still not going back too much. I mean the market itself. And I must tell you, this CRWD is forming an intraday breakdown pattern. I'm still going to watch it. No, seems like the bulls are completely exhausted now. I can't believe JP Morgan just get back. Might here comes the second run. I mean, a second try. No, actually no. What I see that we had only one move to the downside, which I missed unfortunately with the TQQQ, but thanks to Yoni, I get it with the CRWD. And this happened between like 12:15 and 12:30, but since like 12:30, we are just again in a consolidation zone. Quiet, very quiet time of the day. Yeah, Tesla seems like finally it just broke the 20 EMA. Let's see. It really needs to break the 50, I would say, Chris, first. I'm watching it. I'm really watching the biggest ones for a bottom fishing, but at the moment it's a bit slow on the market. Seems like a new low is coming, traders. Unbelievable, but the bears are still pushing this whole market lower and lower. Unfortunately, I do not have any short trade at the moment. And Chris, no, the Tesla has not bottomed out yet. So, like anything else. Yeah, Green, you're right. And oh my God, my coin trade that was just the best for today. My coin, it was just really, really good. And look at that. Maybe we are going lower again. And Amazon now it looks for a short instead of a long. Amazing. Mhm. Ooh, this market is slow. Guys, it's really, really slow now. Sorry, guys, I am back. I just had a phone call. Yes, Mark. Curious to see if they let NVIDIA break 50 EMA. Well, I'm not going to be surprised on this market on anything at all. DVG 472.50 area on the triple Q. Let me just check it quickly. Yeah. Now let's see how much it's down. I mean the market itself. So the SPY is down 0.73% for the day, under the no, is my daily, way under the 20 EMA, under 550 level. Triple Q, it's getting really close to this 50 EMA on the daily, which is 472.53. Indeed. And actually, this is the third big red day on the market. You know what, traders? What I am interested in, whether the market can do any pullback at all today, like towards the end. Apple started already, by the way. Apple did start it already, this pullback, as I see. NVIDIA is still not breaking that. Christopher, this 116. It just met with the pivot S1 on 117.60. And yeah, this is going to be interesting there. That's for sure, if it's going to break 117 first. And now I definitely regret I did not take this. Again, this TQQQ. That's a nice one. And coin is up 255. Oh, guys, no. I left $10 on the table. I can't believe this stock. But I won $10. I just left $10 there. Okay, you know what? First, when I called it over to 236, I thought, okay, it's going to go to 240. And it reached 240. Okay, let's go for $10 or maximum 250. But this was not even in my dreams that it's going to go $20 today. Unbelievable. TSM just got some news. Thank you very much for the news, DVG. TSM checking Taiwan Semiconductors. And looks like it's a good news, right? Because it's going higher now. And you watch it. And here comes again CRWD. It's not brave enough to take it. I'm really wondering whether this NVIDIA is going to bottom out here. Oh, nice DVG. Yeah, I was thinking on a intraday breakdown, but we got a nice winner on it already, and I did not want to push my luck again. Seems like it was a mistake. I should have done it. Good luck with that. HE is still pushing too fast to be 1730. Watch it. I still don't know, Chris. It looks very big DVG. I agree with the adding. I'm not in. Okay, traders. Overall market is still very weak. So though it's still slow, mine is going to stay like that even after 2 p.m. Hopefully not. One loser, two winners for the lunchtime, and market seems a bit overdone here, but I'm still not that brave to call anything to the long side. I saw ISRG looks interesting here as well over this 450-50 area for a bounce. Not even talking about NVDA, which is down a lot. Let's see. Looks like a great call. DVG, good luck. Yes, I'm called by DVG over 167. Okay, traders. Now, what do you think? Have you seen the bottom yet? I still don't know it actually. It's just. But Yoni, if you are still here, this HE, it's looking more tempting here over this 1730. I must tell you. 20 minutes to go, and I really hope the volume picks up a little bit after 2 p.m. When I think yesterday it had 2 big bounces. Okay. Do you think, Mark? Yeah, I think actually that based on this daily chart, especially on the triple Q wants to touch this 472.50, which is the 50 EMA. But if we go a little bit farther, there is a tiny gap to fill on the daily chart back to 468. But this would be a little bit too much now. Yeah, it's more than 2% lower. Listen, now maybe the bears are going to be unleashed and the triple Q running for an extra 1% down. I don't know. But 472.50, I think it's granted. Let's see. Tim, do you think as well we go lower? Oh, you see that? And seems like DVG agrees. 116.50. Yeah, it's still until the NVIDIA, I think it's not over the 20 EMA. It's still in danger, I would say. Let's see. So far, it's still going lower. Look at that. JP Morgan is just making my partial there, but I'm out, of course. Something is happening now. Look at that. Bulls are trying. Good luck with that NVDA bill. Oh, it's not in yet on the TSM? 167.20 already. Okay, so it's already in. Oh, nice, Bill. Did you? Oh, not yet. You just get into the 20 EMA on the MVDA. I thought it's already touched your first partial. Not yet, unfortunately. Nice, DVG. Yes, Yoni, I'm not going to take it anymore because I just need to finish in 7 minutes, but actually it looks better now. I agree. Mark, I did as well. I get only this quick scalp on the CRWD and it still continues. Amazing. Mm-hmm. Nice. Very nice, DVG. Okay, guys. I'm not going to take anything else now. Closing my day nicely into the green. Also, I missed some trades, but it's okay. I had a very big winner on the coin, some beautiful trades on the TQQQ, some losers as well, like only two. Well, actually, on really it was like a 10 cents, but I still take it as a loser. Interesting week we had for sure, and it's not over yet. It's just over for me. DVG is going to take over soon, and look at him. Just made a nice trade already on the CRWD. I assume the continuation is going to be the same, like beautiful green trades, I'm sure. So you are going to be in great hands. Yes, it is. Seems like today, you know what, the Bears are unstoppable. So finally, I would say we just got this healthy pullback on the market. So now the market's starting to be extended, at least compared to the fact that we are in a very strong bull market. But that was nice to see, at least. Quite healthy pullback. So traders, have a great weekend, everyone. Close a green day first of all. Enjoy your weekend. Take care. DVG, you too. Clifton, Scott, thank you very much. Guidance Room traders for your participation. YouTube traders, come on, join the room. It's just, as you know, it's just for a price of a coffee per day. So take care, everyone. Thank you, DVG. Thanks a lot, Jennifer. And I'm going to see you, of course, on Monday at 8:45 as usual. Bye. Take care.
Thank you, Aggie, for a wonderful lunch session. Good afternoon, 44 Trading Nation. So some of you have seen, I went ahead and took a few short positions as kind of, hey, let's follow trend. Some of these longs off the bottom, you know, can they work? Sure. Are they working? Not really. So managed to get in the Q's short position using puts. So I didn't want to risk shares. CRWD, we still have a position to the downside. Really started my entry in that 306 and change, started adding a little bit under 305, was being patient, added a little more under 301, was hoping to get this break under 300. It's bouncing, so don't mind holding these shares a little while longer. We did have at least a winning trade on the partial. We're still up on the Qs to the downside, again, utilizing puts with a next Monday expiration to grab the 475 puts. I'll go ahead and pull up my screen here in just a moment. All right, there we go. I think my screens are showing now. I've got Coinbase up because what a move. I thought it might have been late to get in here. Thought it'd be late to get in here. Thought it would have been late to get in here. And it's just continued. So I think Jonathan took that this morning. Monster trade. Absolutely, CC. Yeah. So we don't normally talk about options, and I don't intend to go into too much detail there, but for people that are asking, hey, why did you grab puts, etc., it's just another strategy for, minimizing risk. I took a spread yesterday on Amazon in the event it got over the 185 area, which it didn't. Total risk on that was about $1,100. So we, woke up this morning down 1,100 on that overall spread strategy. We almost got there, nearly got there, which is totally fine. But went ahead and got out of that. The expiration on that was today. But for the puts, looking for an expiration Monday. If we get over that 477 level, kind of in and around when I grabbed them, right in this area. Obviously happy to take a break even on that, but right now we're up on the trade, so I'll keep holding them. Same with Crowd. I have Microsoft up because frankly, these were I don't want to call them culprits to say anything demeaning, so to speak, but apparently they were kind of the top two companies that led to that outage. So, or at least that were catching the blame, maybe the scapegoats, right? So keeping an eye on this, seeing if we can get a break, some follow through in that 2.9 handle. If we don't, I'll probably get out here, just over the view up. We'll call it the 55, maybe not the 55, but 307 area. And those are remaining shares. So we took some money on the initial entry, and now we're letting the rest kind of dance around. Yeah, Christopher, CC, like that's options is kind of a whole nother, I don't call it strategy, but oftentimes they're used as hedges, right? I mean, there's a lot of really successful options traders out there that use all kinds of really sophisticated option strategies. And you could spend years learning all the, how to learn the Greeks, how to learn, IV versus theta decay versus, all these other components. There's so much to it, not to mention how to position butterflies, spreads, iron condor. Like there's all kinds of stuff you could do with options. So obviously that's not really what we intend for the 44 trading community, but it is an important thing to, add to the learnings, right? Because if you can benefit from it, especially in markets like today, right, where fundamentally you have a downtrend still in a bull market, it can help from preventing. So like as an example, here's kind of, I was just checking this out earlier. Let me pull this up over here. Coin back up here. Okay. So I marked a couple levels. If you look here back in July of last year, July 26th, so about a week away from today, that kind of marked a high before we saw about a 10 or 11% retrace that back to 409. Now then we just saw like the most, like one of the biggest bull trends ever, right? Massive bull trend. We then saw a peak here, March. So you had about 5 months of a downtrend here to here before we actually saw it come back. So maybe we'll call it 3 months. About 3 months of a downtrend. before we saw this same level, right? And then now we're seeing in March, we marked a high before a retrace. And if we mark this retrace as an example, it's about a 6.2% retrace, right? Now here's my concern. 518.36 was bought up here, right? So we broke that high, turning it into kind of a ceiling at first. Let's do this. So if we're going to see pullbacks on the SPY, as an example, using the 255, 22, 12, 12, no thanks, 22, we broke the low of potential swing traders. Again, note that doesn't exactly mean swing traders. It's just kind of how I delineate certain groups of traders. Well, we broke that. If we close below this today, which we may not, but if we close below this, where's our next level? Minimum 542.50, right? On the SPY. Until we get next level, call it 537. That's as of right now. Obviously, this might change and move the curve a bit as we get into the close. Fundamentally, though, let's just say it moves up. We kind of go sideways the rest of the day, assuming that this will naturally pull up. It probably has a higher probability of getting this 642 area, which happens to be this, support area on the SPY. If we break that, though, the next stop has to be around here. You could argue maybe these highs, maybe. But if we're trying to do a retrace to mean, we have potentially down to 501. Now, obviously, not to sound too bearish, obviously we're in a pretty strong bull trend here. But if we start to see a breakage here in the SPY and some slipping, is this an opportunity to buy? Sure. Can it go lower? Yes. At this point, seeing this level of drawdown, I mean, what are we? We're down about 3%, at 1% a day. So, just kind of looking at this high level, some of you are asking like, hey, pre-market, are you marking levels and looking at stuff, right? We just did this in pretty short order. But for me now, I'm looking at, okay, can it actually bounce at this 542.50, right? And if we did the same thing with the Qs, I have this 475.43 level marked, right? We broke that today. Next logical level, 472.39 here at this base. And that's a pretty strong pullback, right? And obviously there's a bunch of other reasons why, the Qs have been selling more so than the SPY, but it begs to ask the question, are we going to see a bounce here, knowing we're kind of falling into kind of this area of demand, right? Do we turn around and do one of these, right? Where we hit a low and turn around and just go, really, really high? Or do we see some follow through that's a stronger pullback, something like this, right? Where this was a 7% pullback. We're already down 3% off the high. Can we see another 4%? We'll just do that quick math. So another 4% puts us in around 452 area. Where's their support in this 452 area? Maybe here? You see what I mean? So there's a lot of space below here. We have a pretty tight demand zone on both the SPY and the Qs. So, if we are going to bounce, it's going to be here. And the reason I'm using puts is that it's minimizing my exposure, right? And I'm at, I was out of the money when I went in. you know, in that 477 area for a 475 put. So I'm already, you know, up on the trade, we'll say, for options. The problem is now I have theta decay working against because they're 475 strike prices. And as long as we're above 475, right, you're not considered in the money. It has to go to 474 handle for you to be in the money, right? So can we break here? Yes. Am I willing to hold, you know, a $700, $800 position in puts while we're, you know, we're green on that trade. It's moving in direction. You know, in the meantime, it's like, hey, if I'm going to take a long position, here's kind of a hedge, right? So if it doesn't work out, like we were talking about TSM earlier, that TSM's kind of moving back to potential entry. I just don't like the behavior of TSM right now. But, you know, look, we notice we're seeing a small bounce here, but if we see a 472, I wouldn't be surprised if we try to bounce off there as well. But if we break this 472 level, it could be quite a bit of downside. So, you know, kind of my rationale in using those puts is it minimizes my exposure, right? Because if let's say I were to buy, you know, 2 shares even of Qs, it could move 10 points and make $20. You know, you get some puts, it moves $2, you make significant amount more money, but you are dealing with theta decay. So as time goes on and it stays above 475, it like exponentially moves against you. So it's not like you know, oh, hey, I'm down $3. You're now down $300. So you definitely got to be mindful of some of that when using options. But again, not to make this about options. It's just I'm using that as a hedge. So if I decide to, let's say, go long TSM, which 167 happened right now, but let's say I were to get in TSM and it worked against and Qs came down, my protection against my any long position is going to be with the Qs, right? And if the Qs move against, good news is I've got TSM that I can hold for the full move and get out of those puts. I'm not in TSM right now, no. I canceled it because I didn't like this. We saw what could have been a potential reversal failed. Like I wanted to get 167. It would have filled right here. I'm glad we didn't because I was typing on the channel as a 167 entry. We saw this pullback. There was a full bearish engulfing bar. This didn't quite make the push. We saw an even deeper bearish candle, and we're starting to see a little bit of like limping higher. Can it make the move? Maybe. But now I'd want to see some real justification that would have to strongly move over VWAP. If you look around most stocks, coin obviously being an exception, VWAP has been rejected like almost every time. You know, it did it on TSM. Microsoft is like barely hanging on to it right now. Let's see what Apple's doing. Apple, rejection, you could argue that's a rejection. Then you had another rejection right here on the VWAP. Obviously a dump. They try to defend the VWAP dump, right? So the trend is lower, right? And we see it here even on the Qs, right? Break below, try to defend, break, big break, try to defend, no go. Try to get back to the VWAP, failed. So are we going to try the VWAP again, or are we just going to fail? Obviously, I'm kind of banking on just a failure here on the Qs and seeing if we could test that 472 area. And frankly, if we get down to that 472, I mean, my options will be worth a pretty good chunk of change, but I'd want to see a potential break under that 472 to validate now that, you know, we're in a bearish trend in a bull market. So we're already in a downtrend in a bull market, right? Let me look at this. You could argue. Let's just do a quick charting lesson. Why not? So from here to here, still above bull market. You know, and technically you could probably tighten that. Let's just clone that. There we go. So I don't have to mess with the actual. It looks about right. So there's your channel, right? For bullish behavior. Now we're in a downtrend line. So if we bounce here, higher we go. But look where that level is. It just happens to coincide with some of these other key areas, right? So if we were to see a bounce, let's say this is straight down, that's your 454 at the bottom end of your bull market. So this is right now downtrend line in a bull market. So we could technically bounce here and keep our bull trend. But frankly, like if I want to see some bearish commitment, it would have to break this 472. Make sense? And like here's another example on crowd. We talk about the significance of these indicators. Even with the bad news, massive, dump, look what happened. First area of protection is the 200. All right, we lost the 12, the 22, we lost the 55, dumped to 200. And it just so happens we're kind of in this area of consolidation from previous lows. We'll call it right around here. So anytime it's a bigger zone like this, what I'll do is I'll typically put a something like this. So we know that's kind of a demand zone. Obviously mark up your charts how you want, but this to me kind of tells me, okay, we're going to probably see some resistance in this area, and we're crossing the 200. But if we look at the 5-minute, we're well below the 200. And notice, like I didn't even have this level in here before, this green zone. We're defending it here, defended it at the open, defending it, right? But if we break this, down we go. I've already had, that trade in NVIDIA didn't work out, so I'm going to stay away from NVIDIA, but it does look good right now. If you were, contemplating going long any of the chip stocks, I'll pull that up here real quick. NVIDIA. Keeping an eye on the Qs, right, as it tempts the VWAP here. Only concern on my short with crowd is if they do in fact have a briefing and their name is cleared, this thing can shoot up $10 in like blink of an eye. So I've got a hard stop in. It's a little higher than I want it to be at 307. So if we get taken out of that position, that's fine. It'll still be a winning trade, just, giving back some on these remaining shares. Coin is so tempting to short, but I'm not going to short it. It's so strong today. And I always say short would be a scalp, right? Like maybe a pullback to this 252 area. It's a 3-point scalp. But the argument there would be like 252 might be a good time to enter in for a turnaround. So I won't take that trade, but it is tempting. NVIDIA now, aiming lower. Does anybody have any trades on right now or things that you're looking at? Maybe we could pull them up here on the charts. See a couple here. You're in NVIDIA long, 118, okay. Thank you, CC. 300 shares, right on, good luck. Yeah, if you remember, I was trying to get in you know, kind of off a bounce earlier today. And I gave my, was it 119? I think it was, and I said it right here. I think it was right here. 119. I went long, and I said 118.65, which was the low of the day at the time. It went down by 5 cents or 6 cents lower than my stop, and it turned around, tested the VWAP. So I got out of that trade and then left it alone since then. Let's see, what else do we have? Microsoft short from Mark. Hold on, I'm gonna actually go further up. Hold on. In TSM at the entry. Jim, you took TSM at 167. Right on. Let's hope that that works. Yeah, I canceled it in the chat. I didn't do it in the announcement section because you know, obviously Aggie was our MC at the time. So I canceled that in the chat just because I didn't like this. Sorry, I'm looking at a different screen here. I didn't like this right here. So I like this one right here, this bounce, big stripe candle, small pullback. It was like, okay, this might be good if we get 167. By the time I finished typing, it did this bounce. And I was like, well, let me wait. Let me see what happens. And it went a full bearish candle here. So I think, you know, 167, if you're in there, back through, if we're going to see any bullish movement in the chip sector, VWAP would probably be a good partial. So about 60 cents, 50, 60 cents, unless you can get this push over 168, which, to be fair, they had some good news today. I just think right now a lot of the chips are, you know, getting beat down pretty good. Let's see. Into some entry. Holding NVIDIA from 118 as well. Okay, so we got two folks, NVIDIA 118, it looks like. Mark, you're in Microsoft short. I like the way that looks, that rejection there at the VWAP and the 200. Pull it up real quick. And like I said, the only reason, I mean, if I had to pick one, right, I picked Crowd just because they were one of the names mentioned in this outage. Microsoft being the other one. Obviously, we took this for a long in the morning, but this rejection at all these levels here looks pretty good. I would say if you get over these levels, be careful. Same thing I mentioned with Crowd, because they could have a briefing that, you know, is in some news channel that we're not getting immediate information from that big investors are. And if that, you know, their name is cleared, you know, in that outage, we could see this really turn around, which would ultimately turn markets around too. So good luck on Microsoft. That does look like a great trade though. I think, what are you in there? 436.50. So just in and around this area. Yeah. Again, I'd probably give yourself, hopefully you're probably about a point, maybe, stop loss. Maybe you get 2 points to the downside or more. So rooting for you on that one, Mark. Looks like a great trade. You can get this break below 435.60. I would definitely hold to probably around this 434 area. Give yourself 2 points. Let's see. I was in that trade. Well, I did put a top in. So I got that trade earlier. I know the trend is lower. It's very extended. Figures. Jim, figures, what do you mean? Oh, you're talking about the TSM trade that did you get in, and you're saying figures. I mean, I still think it looks, you know, it looks okay. The problem is, you know, VWAP rejection, and we're under the 55 right now. 167 puts you above the 55, which should get some conviction by institutions, but also note, Qs are down. So that's the only thing that would make me kind of nervous about this trade, which is why I canceled the trade. So if you are in that trade at 167, you know, if you get above 167, obviously manage your risks as you would feel, you know, see fit. But depending on the size of your position, you know, don't be afraid to taper, because you can always add back in. right? So if, let's say, for example, you're like, hey, gave my 30-cent stop, and let's just use 100 shares as an example for round numbers. Let's say you go, you know what? Well, I don't want to risk 100 shares if we get this break below here. Technically, I would say this is probably your stop loss here below this candle. But as an example, right? Maybe you don't want to risk that. So get rid of 80 shares, 50 shares, whatever, in and around your entry. So it's a small, palatable loss. And if you get a move above your VWAP, yeah, you're going to have a higher cost basis. But now your trade has more conviction versus this right now just dancing around. I don't like, in a perfect world, you want to see consolidation grouping that looks like this as an example, right? Like well, keep snapping. Give me a sec. So we'd want to see a consolidation exactly in a level like that. The fact that we got a break lower in a lower market is the only concern. But I could see this, trying to push VWAP. If you get that, I would definitely taper the position. And if you get a move, one swift candle that goes above 168, then I would say hang on, because you're probably on your way to 169.30-ish. Hopefully that helps. Figures that you cancel the trade. Yeah, actually here, I'll find it. Yeah, right here. Cancel TSM 150 is when I posted it in the chat here. Again, I still think it looks okay though. So I wouldn't I'll leave it up here. So we've got, I'm short here, crowd. We're short Qs. We've got NVIDIA long from 2 members of the community. I think it's CC and who else was that? Oh, Bill. Right on. Paul Wallace Systems. You canceled trade yet. Thanks. Okay. Yeah, Jim. I'm with you. That, frankly, that was kind of the move I was hoping for here. So you could argue like we kind of got it, but the fact that it failed. I was posting it here on the right at 137, and when that pullback happened here, I immediately was like, well, I guess the sellers aren't done yet with it. So, rooting for you here on this 167. I'll tell you what, just since I posted it, let's I'll honor the trade. I'll honor the trade with you, Jim. So I'll put my entry at 167. I'll grab 50 shares with you. Again, I don't love this trade because of this right here. So now we're in it. We're in it to win it together. I mean, to be fair, Jim, the other thing too is, I've got short positions working for me here and working for me here. I'm watching this Microsoft trade for potential entry. Let me see what else I can find out there. In fact, you know what I might do? Let's start, maybe what we'll start doing in these afternoon sessions. We'll start here. Heat map. Look at that. We have some green in Palo Alto, which was kind of expected pre-market. We saw a move as CrowdStrike kind of got hammered there. People were looking at Palo Alto as a potential shift in investment, right? So kind of expected there. Health tech doing well. Abbott, obviously ISRG. We took that trade this morning. I'll pull that up in here just a minute. But for bullish stocks, there is not a whole lot moving, 1.5% to 2% to the upside. Obviously, seems like obvious to state, but this is broader market, right? This is every sector. So it's not just tech. Obviously, tech being hit the hardest, right? AMD down almost 3%, Qualcomm, Tesla down 4%. So this might be helpful if you guys are open to it. Maybe we'll start off our afternoon session just to see how we're doing. Notice how that shifted there. That's all real time. So if we wanted to see what's 1%, this is kind of what we're looking at. Health tech is kind of, I don't want to say leading the way, but kind of the only one really seeing the benefit. You've got ServiceNow, which for tickets, right? Like that's their expertise for outages, detecting outages. I would argue probably something like Datadog might be doing okay. Let's see what Datadog is doing. Yeah, they saw a little bounce here, but still under the 200. Not willing to take a long trade in Datadog at the moment, but they keep an eye on alerts for things like an outage. ServiceNow for tickets, probably going to get a spike because of these outages, right? So this is also important. Like when you think of macro trends or things that are happening, understanding like, hey, if there's an outage, what do? Well, you file a ticket with IT. Well, who's the system that you file a ticket with? ServiceNow is the market leader in that space, right? So to see that move 1.5%, this could be the beginning of a potential uptrend if this outage continues as a problematic issue. They did mention that they got it mostly resolved, quote unquote, but how much of that is true? That just means it's uncertainty. We all know what do markets hate? Uncertainty, right? So go ahead and move this heat map away. That kind of helped as we're looking for new trades. Let's see. Out of TSM, don't like the looks of the market. Yeah, understandable. LF is any screen share. I don't know what that means. I'm not sure I understand. Yeah, Isaac, that's the move I'm really hoping for. So I got in and around like this VWAP failure, so 306 and change. I added a little bit under 305, added a little bit more when it went under 301, and I'm waiting for that break to happen. Now I took some off here in this last move in this 300, call it handle. I actually got a pretty bad fill, to be honest. I think I got 300 and maybe 62 cents. Let me look. Yeah, like 62 cents, even though it dropped down here. It's just because the spreads are right now about 15 cents. At the time, it was a little bit wider. You see how it's jumping now to 25 cents. So I got kind of a bad fill there on my initial partial, but I am looking for that break under 300. Wouldn't be surprised if magically we had some news right around now that benefited Microsoft and Crowd to clear their names in this outage, and then we see this pop. So that's why I've got a hard stop at 307 on Crowd. Jim looks like he was out of the TSM position. That's fine. Tesla looks kind of interesting. It's down over 4% today. If you're going to go counter trend, it's for scalps. If you're going with the trend, right now it would be, protect a stop loss, because short positions obviously can get expensive pretty quick. Like I mentioned, Microsoft, if it's anything above this 437, 40, 50 area, definitely keep that marked as a potential stop area. Let's pull up NVDA. Yeah, Jim, hopefully you were able to take this, probably a small loss, I would hope, on TSM. You see a white screen? Does nobody else see my charts? Can you guys see my charts? Hey, Steve, how you doing? Welcome. Oh, okay. That's good. Charts are up. Okay, good. LF, maybe if you can, try to exit and return to the room, see if that helps. It sounds like everybody else is able to see the charts right now. All right. Let's see if I think I may join this Microsoft trade to the downside. Where's this low here? 436 on the dot. You got no charts either, Steve? Okay, that's interesting. Let me try to stop sharing and I'll reshare. Give me a sec. You can hear me okay? Wait, why is it doing that now? Oops. I'm not sure what's going on there. Small preview. Oh, the joys of tech, right? Never a dull moment. This looks really large on my screen though. There we go. How's that? Is that better? Charts are up and look good. Right on, Jennifer. Thanks for that. So I was looking at Microsoft here previously. Let me keep an eye on that. You know, I might miss out on some of this move, but 43560. I'll start a position. 43560 Microsoft short. I like your entry better, but at this point now I want to see some justification or validation that it's in fact going to move lower. Small position. We'll do about 50 shares. Why not? Let's see if we get the break here on Crowd. We're getting this nice move on the Qs. So all of this is good news for me because I'm short here, and we're about to be short potentially here in Microsoft if we get the break. NVIDIA, be mindful of stop losses here. Yeah, I mean, this is just, we had 2 days now of broad market sell-off, right? It wasn't just tech, which is, I don't want to say it's concerning, it's just worth noting, right? We did see some rotation, which, you know, rising tide lifts all ships, as they say. So great for just overall market from that perspective, but now we're seeing the very opposite happen. News, what you're saying for this afternoon? We had Fed Williams this morning at 10:40. Let's see, what else did we have? 1 o'clock, Bostic speaking. A couple things for, actually, let me look at CDX real quick, see what oil's doing. Oil's down. The rest of the day, 3:30, we get a lot of our so crude oil inventory, soybean, copper, aluminum. So a lot of our commodity information will come out at 3:30. Are you saying news on the markets, or just what do we have coming up today, Mark? That's bucks. Let's see. We have coffee, commodity news. We have wheat, silver, natural gas, S&P speculative, net positive, gold speculative, NASDAQ 100 speculative, corn, crude, soybean, copper, aluminum. This afternoon, 3:30. Let's see. $4 moves, 5 minutes. Starbucks. Wow. Wow. Tell you what, this might be a fun one to get in right here below this. If we can pull back to 77.50 area. Might have missed the move though. Tim, did you take that? Mark, did you catch that? I don't know how I missed the news on Starbucks. Activist investor has a big undisclosed stake in Starbucks. Interesting. Okay. Huge move here. Wow. Tesla shaping for a potential short here. Wow, look at this. You know, the downside to these moves, you know, you don't want to chase. I mean, you can, obviously, if you want to. But, you know, this could easily drop back here to 76.5. And if you get in at 79, you know, 2.5 points in a blink of an eye. So if you caught it, congrats. I'd want to see this calm down a little bit and see, you know, if it does in fact pull back. But at this point, it looks like whatever that news is, it made people really bullish on this. I mean, to be fair, Starbucks has been getting, you know, pretty beat down recently, but this 79 level, that's room for breakout, like a real breakout. Maybe visit the 83 level. For me, though, that'd be the question. Even if I took 100 shares here at 79, let's say, is it worth $400 to try to get this high of the move at 83, 84? Or is it more probable that we cool down back this way? I'd say it's 50-50. I don't really feel like flipping a coin on a bright green day, right? At least for me. You were short Starbucks. Funny, I was short Starbucks, got my stop loss. Can we go short? I wouldn't right now, no. I mean, you can, obviously, if you want, but that's standing in front of a moving train, right? I don't know if I'm going to hang on to this potential trade in Microsoft. It's just not, I'm not getting the move down. Meanwhile, you know, Qs are going lower, SPY's going lower, Microsoft's holding. So I'm going to cancel Microsoft trade, CXL, Microsoft. Is it helpful if I do the CXL like this in the, does that make it easier, folks? You short at 79, okay. Good luck. Good luck. Not a Starbucks dollar move. Nice. Quick scalp. That'll work. Congrats. Steve F. You trying to go? What are you trying to do? Our afternoon trader, or is that what we're doing? Awesome trade yesterday on Tesla, 253 short. Caught the move. 249, I think, was when you were all out. I could be wrong. I'm trying to go off memory here, but amazing trade yesterday, phenomenal. And counter trade short against a moving train. You caught it, you made it. So risky business. Again, I thought that, if this right here, 77.50 holds on a pullback, it could be fun to try to take it long. I won't. That's usually if I were to catch a move like that and I'm like, I see the first move higher above the high of day, 75, call it. I might take it and I probably would have been out right here and missed out on, this next leg. But congratulations, Steve. Well done. This is such a great group though, y'all, truly. So if you have, Scott kind of touched on it a little bit today. At the end of the day, we're not getting rich off of our time spent with this team. Like what we're trying to do is bring bigger, better resources for this group. Teach, grow, learn. We're even trying to work on some potential additional softwares to offer to the community and get better pricing on certain things. But the only way that we grow, right, is if our community grows. And the good news is, like, at some point we may have to start putting, invitation only type parameters on the community because, we want to make sure we provide the attention needed for this community. But right now we're still in growth mode. So, tell your friends, tell your family, help us out. Help us out. Where's the money now in the last hour? Well, trend is down. If you want to be a counter trader, right? Counter trend trader, trying to buy the bottoms, keeping your stop losses at the lows a day. That's one option, kind of risky. I'm short right now, crowd, hoping for this break under 300. I'm also short the Qs, looking for the break under low of day. TSM not really doing much. NVIDIA not doing much. Let's see if we're getting some big movers here. Look for some volume. Give me 1 second. What's Amazon doing? Crowd getting close to that break under 300. It's defended there a couple times, but there's the 300 right on the money. Let's see if we can get a break here under 300. Would really, really like that. And hopefully we get it. It's a strong break, maybe 2-3 points. I'm getting my partial ready on crowd. Q's trying to find some strength, it looks like, coming into the power hour. Tesla could be something to consider. And keeping an eye on that one. Careful on Microsoft. You know, I mentioned Starbucks. I took my eyes away from the screen here, but I mentioned this pullback to the top of this candle. That 77.50 range. You see that? Exactly 77.50 with some support right there. So we see that break downward. I'd say 76.5 would probably be the next stop to the downside. Otherwise, that level of support looks pretty good for a potential push higher. I'll watch Starbucks actually tomorrow. I won't take this trade today, but just only because I missed the move, right? I don't want to chase stocks. Come on, crowd. You can do it. We did get a little bit of a break under 300. I was thinking maybe get a little more of a move. Hopefully that wasn't it. There we go. There we go. Let's collect now. Let's see a bigger move. I want to see like a real break. 298, 297, just like a sharp drop on crowd. Let's see if we get it here. Any ideas? I like NVIDIA 118 long. That's from Steve. We're on video to take it long. Yep, that's good. You're waiting for it to come to you, right, Steve? Microsoft taking off. Let's see. Yeah, I forget who it was. It was short Microsoft. I mentioned to be careful in this 43740 area, right? There's a potential stop here 1-to-1. If obviously you're taking stops sooner, that's okay. But you know, I canceled that position short. We didn't get it. Here comes crowd. I like this move. I should get 298 handle pretty soon here. I will take some off my crowd position under 299. So let's see if we get the break in the 298 zone. I won't be picky. I'll just wait for that drop. Q's trying to firm up at the lows. Again, not too confident until at a minimum we get above this candle here, 476 and a quarter, let's call it. Let's see what Meta's doing. It looks like we got some folks in NVIDIA, so I'll pull it up here in a second. You guys are liking this 118 level here? Let's take a look at what other chip stocks doing. ARM, MU, AMD, TSM, QCOM. ASML maybe? Nope. SMCI maybe? Nope. I won't take the NVIDIA position, but I hope you guys absolutely crush it and get a turnaround there. So I'll leave that up. Coming into the power hour here, 5 minutes. We got a nice partial on our crowd short trade. I'll leave the rest to run. I'll move my stop loss to 302.50. Give it some room to wiggle, but successful trade there, about 4 points or so, 3.5 points on crowd. Let's see if we can get a little bit more. Come on, market. He's a yeah, like Microsoft's shown, you know, relative to the market, right? It's definitely showing some strength. It's still down on the day, but it's definitely showing some strength amidst, you know, a pretty drastic sell-off in the pre-market. Worth noting, right? If Apple, Nvidia, and Microsoft all start to trend higher, well, expect the Qs to join it. Crowd now, we've got our 498 handle. Love it. I'm going to move my stop loss now to 301.22. 301.22 is now my stop loss on crowd. If I see a break under 398, I'll take a little bit more off. We're now 4 points into that trade. Beautiful trade. Took a while. Notice the Qs and Nvidia. I mean, spitting image. So if you're rooting for Nvidia, you'll have to be rooting for the Qs as well. And I would use Qs as kind of your indicator, right? If we do see a reversal here on Nvidia, you know, I would target once the Qs get to about that VWAP there, so 477 area, which would take out my puts, to be honest. But if you see that area, that's regardless of where the pricing is on Nvidia, that's where I would probably be taking some. So good luck. Hopefully you get this move over 118.50. I think who was it talking about? I think it was Steve again about 118.53, looking for that validation through. And that's good, Steve. Always, you know, look to your left. Always look left. Really liking this move on crowd. I want to see 497, and then after that, I'll just hold the rest until Microsoft reversing there. So here's the good news. Microsoft, we didn't take the short. We canceled it. Didn't like how it was behaving. It's finding some consolidation here. We didn't get the break under 435.60, right? So literally that trade would have to come to me for me to even start my position. It didn't, turned around. So good news is if you took Microsoft long, you're probably doing okay. One more minute till the 3 o'clock power hour. See if we get any kind of moves. I'm still honoring the TSM trade. We're about 20 cents away from filling that. In fact, if we get 167 on TSM, I will go 200 shares. We'll see if we can get some momentum in this market to the upside. NVIDIA, for those of you held in at 118, great job. You're going to want that push over 118.53. Let's see how the Qs behave here at the 55. Do we reject here or do we push? Let's see. Quick question for the community here. So I did make the transparency on the back so it's a little easier to see the, chart name and the time frame. So it's the Qs 5 minute, right? Or NVIDIA 5 minutes. But I, made it so it shines through a little more so that for those of you looking in the screen share, it's a little easier to see which stock it is and time frame. Is it too bright? On the naming behind here, or does that work for everybody? Keeping an eye here on the Qs. NVIDIA looking like it's going to make this push. Let's see. 118.50 on the dot is that high right here. Did it twice. So you need to see a push above that. There's that 53. Should get some follow through on NVIDIA. I'm going to go ahead and take some of my puts off of the Qs here. I'm starting to like this move higher. You've got Microsoft pushing higher. You've got NVIDIA pushing higher. TSM, candidly, I probably should have taken this NVIDIA trade with the community. That's okay, though. I'll wait on TSM. We'll pull that up as well. I like the two larger volume candles before 118.50 on NVIDIA, Bill said. I'm not sure I follow that comment per se, but looks like pretty steady volume. This particular candle, though, got 1.4 million shares in this one move here. So for those of you long, obviously you're hitting your 55. Could be reason for a first partial around there. And then I would leave, the remainder to at least test this. What is this? 118.94 twice here. Two tops here, 118.94. Slight rejection at the 55. We get above the 55. See some conviction over 94. VWAP's the next contender, 119.30 area. Then you're looking 200, which should be 119.80. So those are kind of your upside benchmarks. Liking this move on Crowd. We have a 197 handle now, approaching 5 points on that trade. I'll take some off here. So I see markets are reversing. Maybe Crowd gets a bid. So minimum risk now. I'm actually going to move my stop loss to $300 on Crowd for the remaining 20 shares. TSM about to fill 200 shares. Ta-da! We're in TSM 200 shares. Here's a nice move on NVDA. Watch this 118.94. If you are long that position, eyeball that for at a minimum a partial if you didn't take it here at the 55 if you hung in there. 118.94 would be the ideal target. So for me anyway, I would use, if I see anything near that, I'm taking at least, paying myself. So for those you got in, congratulations. Shout out to the community for that. I think we had, how many people took NVIDIA 118? There's a few of you. I know CC, you were in there forever. Bill, you were in there. Awesome. CC, yeah, we knew you were in there. I think, who else was in there? Steve, did you get filled? I think Steve F was also taking it. Awesome job. CC, very nice. YOLO, right? Good for you. I'm waiting on TSM. I still don't like the behavior, right? NVIDIA, stronger of the two. I got tapped before on NVIDIA, so I refuse to get back as a revenge trade on it. So I would be waiting for this 118.94. You'll probably run into some resistance there. If you don't, target your VWAP in around that 119. I imagine that whole number 119 will probably be a challenging area as well. Let's just double check here. Move stop loss 50. Yep. Autopilot. Yep. Exactly. Bill, you shorted Starbucks with Steve, but terrible fill, and I came out okay. Phew. All right. Let's pull up Starbucks real quick, see how that's doing. But you might get it now if you shorted it. You see the 77.50 break, 76.80-ish would be the next target below that. TSM, you let me down. Just trying to honor my trade from earlier for the community. It might cost me a few bucks here. Good news is crowd is still moving, so I'm happy with that. Let's pull up NVIDIA again up here. So in the spirit of talking 3 bars, you got three marching, strike, pull back to 50, right? Let's look at it, what it looks like on a 1 minute. Nope, 5 minute better. You may not even get a third bar here. You might just get full push right here. Reversal. Validation on NVIDIA. I wouldn't be surprised though. We close here, open the next candle at this 118.50 area and push, but right now it looks like it just wants to take more. So good luck on that move. Let's go TSM. I would love to see the 169 handle. That would be amazing. Crowd almost going to stop me out of my last 20 shares. Market's on reversal. Looks like Tesla's trying to go for it now too. If you like Tesla, 240.65 area, probably a decent area to go long. It could also prove to be another area of resistance, but Qs are turning around. I'm going to keep the Qs up here. I mean, Qs and NVIDIA. If anybody asks questions about how big of a deal NVIDIA is to the Qs, just look here. Right? They're like identical charts. Right? Pretty darn close. Let's see. Also short of Starbucks, Steve. Terrible fill came back. Okay. No, it's game time. Stopped out of NVIDIA. On this pull, oh, you stopped out on this pullback here? If it does it, I'll be bummed. Sold early again. Oh well. Yes, but who's who? Well, that's just it, Jim. Right? Like the percentage of NVIDIA in the Qs. In fact, I think I have that over here. Let me pull it up. There we go. I'm going to pop this over to the screen real quick. Let me know if you guys see that. Can you see this? So here's your holdings. That's new, by the way. It used to be Microsoft was the top dog. Apple now is. Microsoft, NVIDIA. 3 companies. Between those 3 companies, almost 25%. Yeah, 20. Yeah, call about 24.5%. Right. Followed by Broadcom, Amazon, Meta. As far as big components. So if you want to know, like, hey, if you're looking at behaviorally, like Tesla's position dropped pretty significantly. It was a lot bigger component in the queues, right? But if you look at the top 10 holdings, and these change from time to time, but 51% of the queues are in these 10 names. So like on the one hand, when we're watching, obviously, NVIDIA, there's your 3-bar play. So if you miss this move, I would be looking at a 118.80 entry, which is right about here, to get follow through. So you should get VWAP at least on this move, unless, again, if it rejects, which we've seen crazier things, right? But this should see some follow through, right? You get 3 marching, you get a strike, 50% pullback. You should see your breakout here on NVDA. Now, granted, how high does it go? 121.07, it looks like ish is the close. I don't know if you're going to get 2.5 points today with the markets the way they look, but VWAP, 119 maybe. And so I'm out of crowd, by the way. So you can probably put up a different chart here. I'll put Microsoft up here. I'm still in TSM. This is really just a disappointing move. This is really, I'll hang on a bit longer. I want to see the VWAP at a minimum. 167.5-ish. The trouble with this move, as we're talking about it, and you're seeing it also on the cues, right? We're in a downtrend, which means bears are trying to take control, right? If I see this, you see this, we see this, who do you think is also watching that? We're in a downtrend. So now, obviously, even if I were to just draw a line here, just do this is a quick sketch. So let's just call it, about there. As soon as we turned around above this, what happened? Bulls were like, hey, we might have a chance to take over. Where's the contention? VWAP. 3 to 4 bar forming in a bearish move, downtrend. Bears are watching this big time. And they're probably waiting here and here and here. Yeah, I have, Chris. I actually almost did it this year. If this year continues well the way it is now, I probably will. I mean, I pay so much right now for like a bunch of data services and all kinds of stuff, a bunch of like research stuff. It's not as expensive as a Bloomberg terminal with all the added costs. Now with data and information, it's made me a better trader. And that kind of goes. I'm glad you brought that up too, because I think of not to get on a soapbox, y'all. But I think of like anyone that's in construction and kind of understands the value of a tool, or any business for that matter, right? If you're a painter, paintbrushes, all the different tools you're going to need for, tarps, etc., trucks. Investing in your business is a good thing. And in this business, information is your business. So I pay a lot of money every month for, a bunch of different, news sources and things of that nature. This charting technology costs money. I pay that annually to save costs. If it's a benefit to this group, I'm trying to work on negotiating something with TradingView to make it a little bit cheaper for our community. If that's of interest, right? Like maybe
send me a note or send Clifton a note just so we can track how many folks would be interested in using potential technologies, right? And it's not that we're trying to make money off it. If anything, we're just trying to save the money for our community because we'll basically be buying in bulk. But at some point, a Bloomberg terminal would be great. You know, the big challenge is there's obviously a learning curve when you grab a Bloomberg terminal. And, you know, I haven't had any exposure to a Bloomberg terminal just yet. So that would be another thing to learn, which I'm not opposed to, right? It's just between the cost and the learning curve, like how does that impact my trading, right? I'm going to pull out a TSM here pretty soon. Don't like this move. Yep, I'm out. 40-cent loser on that one. It's okay. It's expensive. Pays for itself real quick for traders to know what they're doing. Exactly. Exactly, Chris. You know, the thing that I really do like about, again, part of the reason I'm looking at switching trading platforms and a couple other things, right, is certain tools are just not available for retail traders that are available for institutional traders. Now that gap is closing, right? If you know what data to look for and, you know, how accurate is it? You know, you might get it, as an example, 5-10 seconds later than someone that has a Bloomberg terminal. That 5 seconds makes a huge difference, right? Especially if you have algos working in favor that are like that Starbucks move, right? You know, I imagine that was an algo trader that was triggered that then was paired with someone buying in. So having that information in real time versus, you know, a syndicated source where maybe they have a Bloomberg terminal and they share that information with you kind of after the fact. As a retail trader, that's typically good enough. And you might miss out on some of these big breakout moves or whatever, but you know, I'm not moving $100 million a day through the market. So, but as I grow, if this year continues well, there's a good chance I'll probably pick up a Bloomberg terminal. Nice tax write-off, right? I mean, hell, at this point, I think my wife spends $25K a year on bottled water. Not true. Not true. She'd probably kill me if she heard me say that, but being earlier than everybody is key. Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. And like I said, though, too, look, I mean, there's the free data sources that you can look at for, you know, a lot of the stuff I use, I go directly to the source for, you know, anything around Fed Reserve, whether it's M2, whatever, you know, announcements will be coming out. But I also have syndicated sources that provide that information for me in a pretty easy to understand way, right? Like, hey, at this time, Jerome Powell speaking. At this time, so-and-so speaking. Makes it really easy at a glance. I can just look over and, okay, we know what's what today. And there's tons of different places to get that data, right? For me, it's the news that counts, you know. And I don't mean just like, what is that? Stock twits? Is that what it's called? Like, I'm not a member of that group per se. Nothing against it, you know. I mean, heck, they were able to disrupt an entire market, you know. So I don't really look at a lot of that information, but I do pay attention to, like, hey, if something's going to happen with a commodity, right? What's the downstream impact? You know, cost of sugar goes up, as an example. What 5 industries are impacted by that, right?
So I think part of, doing this, the longer we're all doing it, we can also share some insight. I'm sure there's many of you that understand, a big part of relationships, in markets, as I mentioned, corn, cost of sugar, cost of aluminum, whatever, that if we see those prices go up or down, what industries are impacted and why, and how significant of an impact is it, right? Because it's all tied together. Even in looking at bond markets, that's another one I've invested, the last probably 4 months getting a better understanding of bond markets. I thought I was like, oh yeah, I know bonds pretty well, and then really started digging into it. I'm like, I know nothing about bonds. Wow, realized I was scratching the surface. So, Chris, well, I wish you the best of getting one. Yeah, and the good news is, if things continue to work out, and if there's like if this community is ever like, hey, we don't really like DVG, like get them out of here. Look, we're all adults here. That's okay. But if that does happen, and I end up getting like a Bloomberg terminal, I'm still part of this team. We'll all reap the benefit from that, right? Chris, I'll just make sure we send you an invoice for a portion of that Bloomberg terminal. Only kidding. Well, how are we looking on the NVIDIA trade, folks? Looks like we're stabilizing here. Are we going to get the push? TSM didn't make the push. Let's see what MU is doing. Let's see what AMD is. Ooh, that's a nice move on MU. Over the VWAP too. This could be interesting. What's that level there? 116.10. 60-cent move higher. MU kind of looks good for if you were trying to get bullish on this move in chips. MU wouldn't be bad here. I won't take it just yet, only because I don't see NVIDIA moving higher. I didn't see TSM moving higher. Let's see what SMCI is doing. It's definitely moving lower, stabilizing there. AMD. Okay. They're all trying to tempt the VWAP here. MU looking the strongest right now from a price action perspective. Tesla turning around here. Let me pull that up real quick. It's a nice move on Tesla. There was, we talked about this previously, right? If it got above this 240.65 area, and there's your move. Here goes MU. Missed that trade. We talked about it. Didn't take it. Maybe some of you did. If you did, congrats. Qs. I'm telling you, if you're long anything and you see that VWAP get touched on the Q, take your partial, please. Obviously, cue the disclaimers. It's not financial advice, etc. But pay yourself first. You've seen the rejection 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Call this 7. 7 times. 6 times at least. Here's the push down to that high. Trying to see if that's in fact a floor or a ceiling on Tesla. Microsoft kind of pulling back. Apple, perfect rejection of the 200. Check that out. Moves over the VWAP in a solid push, hits the 200. Bears are right there waiting. Yeah, I'm not going to be bullish yet on much. For those of you in your NVIDIA position, congrats. I'm just going to sit on my hands for a little bit here. See how the Qs behave at the VWAP. Yeah. Yeah, I never, here's the thing though, Chris, never say never, right? I never thought I would be doing this full time until about maybe 3-4 years ago. Maybe it was about 5 years ago, where I was like, the money I'm making off of investments, you know, essentially is like doubling my annual income. And so it was like, okay, well, can I actually make 2x my income if I just did this full time, or at least my income doing this full time? And when you start seeing that become a possibility, it's kind of terrifying, but it's also liberating. And again, you can't be green every day, but the goal is, especially if this is like, your profession, right? When you go to work every day, you don't walk out and say, "Hey, thanks for let me put in 6 hours today for free," or I'm going to pay you. I'm going to pay you to come work for you, right? No, we all go to work to make money. So I look at these markets the same way. So if I give back $50, $60, $80, fine. But I might take a trade that I get $4, $5, $6, $1,000, $2,000 trade. It makes sense. It's okay to risk that. Now my risk tolerance has gone up, right, as the account balance goes up, but it's still a percentage, right? I shouldn't say never, but it's not like me to risk, hey, I'm going to take 50% of a downside swing risk, on my overall assets. Like that would just, to lose 50% of your, trade, excuse me, trading power, you'd have to make 100% back to be back to even. So never say never. Sudeep, let's see, DVG, are all your buy stop orders, market orders when you make an entry? Big spreads, I like to use limit orders almost exclusively. Almost, it just depends. Like Netflix this morning, I think we were all talking about it. I wanted to go long, and when I saw the spread at the open, if I did a market order, I would immediately be, $3 higher than my initial entry. So I missed it. I didn't fill that, right? But typically when I see big spreads, I'll use limit orders. In many cases, like NVIDIA right now, 1 cent spread, market order. I would prefer a level, right? But if let's just use NVIDIA live example here. If I wanted it to go long and I was like, hey, 118.82 or 88, fine. But if we're 10 cents away, I might just hit a market order and get in the position now, right? It just depends. Sizing also matters. So if you hear me talk about a build position and a spread is only 1 cent, I'll market, or let's just say I wanted to go long NVIDIA here. I might do a market order here, whatever I feel is whatever it is, knowing that I want to build up to 200 shares as an example. So I might start with 50, add another 50, add another 100 if we get validation, as an example. And anytime I do an add, it's typically a market order, unless it's, again, a spready stock, or a key level, right? Especially if I'm looking at, we talked about, what was it? It was TSM earlier today. Right, let's pull it up. So I didn't like this, right? I wanted to see a push above 167. It did it here. I hated to see this. Shouldn't say hate, but just really didn't like this. And now it's trying to consolidate. It's just been kind of dancing around. I honored the entry for one of our traders today. Forgive me, I'm trying to remember who it was. I think it was Jim, because he took the trade, and I didn't have the cancel up here. So I was like, you know what? I'll take the trade with you. I saw NVIDIA move higher. I was like, you know what? I'll honor the trade, 200 shares, get in, rejected, 40 cent stop loss, I'm out, right? So in some cases, like Crowd, that was on autopilot. Limit stop, right? So we got pretty much all of our profit here. Moved down my stop loss to $300. That was, limit order stop. So my risk was next to nothing, and I'm glad I did. Look at this, turned around. 8 points from my stop. So hopefully that answered your question. Let's see. I meant for now. I'm still learning, and my goal is to become the best trader I can be, but I still have a long way to go. That's good. That's good, Chris. Yeah, and I'm not saying I'm the world's best trader. I'm still learning, guys, right? I've managed to make a decent living doing this, but at the end of the day, you guys saw it even yesterday, right? Red day turned green. Obviously, didn't like the fact that I went green to red, so what did I do? I stepped away, because I know if I have a tendency to want to get in on a revenge trade or something, like that's just bad business, right? So stepped away for a while, came back in the afternoon, took 2 trades. We were in the green. We had a couple $40 losers, but we're up $600-700 on a couple other trades, so it all worked out. Let's see. Raj, example. If I want to go long NVIDIA 118.95, can I place the limit because price is lower? Yeah, absolutely. A lot of time, like even Steve was talking about it, right? Steve was talking about getting an entry at 118.53. So I don't know, Raj, if you have a level 2 or not. But a level 2 also tell you where there's some buyers and sellers for key areas, right? So you definitely could put a limit order higher so that you can, a lot of times, especially in a down market, in a counter trend, like unless you're trying to buy the bottom, right, like a double bottom or something, in that scenario, it's like, hey, your stop loss should be the low of day. Like those are hero trades, I call them, right? And you guys saw me take one of those yesterday. I don't like to do those, but if I know that my stop loss is, like here we're seeing Qs break low of day, did it again. We haven't revisited that, but if I was going to try it and I saw that this low was respected here, right, that might be my hero trade. So I'd maybe get in here, put my stop loss right there. So my stop loss is what, 50 cents here, from here to there. Would I go here now? Probably not, because we're coming into the VWAP and we're rejecting. So long, no thanks. NVIDIA, we see this consolidation, previous high here. We talked about it earlier, is 118.94. Did we ever get up there? 82, 83, 82, 83, 85. So we never even got into a 118.90. Because it's like we talked about, right? You see a 3-bar potentially setting up for a 4-bar. If I see it, you see it, bulls see it, and we're in a downtrend, who do you think's waiting to have lunch up here? Bears, right? They're trying to keep the trend down. They're making money when markets go down. I'm going to make that red. Yes, does. Thank you. Good. Yep. Sudeep, exactly. Exactly, Sudeep. Thank you. Yep. Thank you. Sudeep, perfect clarification. He's exactly right. Yep. Yeah, so if I make reference to that limit order like that, and you're above, if you go in, let's just say you want a certain price, and you use a limit order, right? You'll get filled immediately if you're above that price. It's basically the same as a market order. Mr. Deep is exactly right. Use a buy stop order in that scenario. Sorry about that. It was an assumption on my part. Chris, exactly. Yep. Yep. Well, we talked about the trend. We talked about the VWAP. That's a pretty strong rejection here. Does the Q go and visit 472? Right, this move got me out of my puts, frankly, because I thought maybe we'd have a turnaround. Didn't want to risk losing any money on those puts. If we get a break to 472, well, maybe a missed op there. Flip apple. I wouldn't really call that a dive per se. This might dive now. Microsoft. TSM, look at that. Glad we got out, right? Respecting the stop loss. I'm not here to arm wrestle. If they're telling me we don't want it, I don't either. Right? Microsoft, you know what? I might take that short. Let's do it. Well, should I get in now? I'll build now. I'll do a build position. We'll start with 20 shares on Microsoft. I want to get about 100 shares. Again, I don't want to risk any of the profits we made today. So we went ahead, I'm going to call it 43615. And I'll build into that. If we get a break under 435.90, I'll add another 50. If we get a break under 435.60, I'll add another 100 shares. Getting close. Hold on, give me a second. Okay, 50 shares. All right, ready for a market order under 235.90, and then I will market order under 235.60 if we get it. Looking for short positions now, hopefully, folks. Q's heading lower. Oh, they're talking about everything's stable now, so I could be in trouble here on Microsoft. That's okay. Still willing to make that trade and add, etc. as planned. So 235.90 add, 235.60 add if we can get there. Those will be market adds. And if we get a one stripe down to 435.60, I'll just do a market order the full 100 shares. Again, they're announcing right now that there's some code or bug error and everything should be fine, which tells me maybe not. Let's see this. Hold on. CD. Hey, you know what? Gold star for you today. Thank you for sharing that. Helps you understand types of orders. So Raj, take a look at that. It could be platform specific as well. I mean, you know, on my side, I see market limit, stop limit. You have trail stop percentages, etc. But compared to the market, Microsoft is surprisingly strong today, considering they were, you know, one of the people that had a hand in the outage along with CrowdStrike. So let's see what this all clear signal gives us. All right, looks like people are buying into that as they're making the announcement for the all clear. You can see the same move here on Microsoft. We'll pull up Apple real quick. Again, keep in mind this Microsoft short position is a build, so you know I'll risk to maybe a little over 437, so a little less than a point. Apple respecting the close. We're coming up on 20 minutes left in the market. Just remember 350, usually about the time I wrap up the day, unless a favorable move happens, like right now in this short for Microsoft, if I see some sellers come in, frankly, or buyers, and get stopped out, that'll probably be my last trade of the day before the weekend starts. But here's the good news, folks. A nice bright green day for us. You know, the morning session was great. We had a couple winners in CrowdStrike as we had that break earlier. I'll pull it back up. I had it up here, I think. So, you know, we got this break in that 297 handle. We managed to take majority of the shares off. And even the running shares we took a profit on. So definitely a good trade there. One loser in TSM. Luckily, only 40 cents. Actually, a little bit less, 37 cents. So that's totally fine. And then, you know, we've got this trade on Microsoft. We'll risk $50 or so on this trade. DG, thanks for great trades and education. Going to take my green week into the weekend. Right on, Chris. Right on, man. Enjoy your weekend. Come prepared for Monday. Should be an exciting week next week. TSM now aiming lower. What's NVIDIA doing? Heading lower. And Microsoft just says no. We're gonna keep things the way they are at this 436 level. All right, folks, I'm gonna give it 6 more minutes. Hopefully we get the move we're looking for in Microsoft. If not, 437 is the stop just for those 50 shares. If we do get the break, I'll be looking to add another 100 shares and scalp it. You know, unless we for some reason hit that 431 level, which I don't know if that's really going to happen in 10 minutes, but don't want to risk money unnecessarily. So we'll give it another 5 more minutes. Starbucks. Jennifer, have a wonderful weekend. Every week is exciting. It sure is. Let's see. Starbucks. Yep, there it goes. You know, we talked about this a little bit, right? If this level holds, we'll probably push higher. If this level breaks, We move lower because that's a big strike candle here, right? And here's an example, anchored VWAP. People were asking. So normally in a big move like that, I'd throw an anchored VWAP there, right? And now I'll keep it on Starbucks looking back if we, decide to trade Starbucks later. If this anchored VWAP level breaks, it's yet another indicator, right, that coincides with not only this move. Look at the difference between normal VWAP, which is here, versus an anchored VWAP there. It's following this price action from this candle, right? Don't like this move on Microsoft. It might take me out. 437 stop. This is what this would be a great weekend, yeah, Jennifer. Okay. Isaac. Were you able to take the trade, Isaac? Starbucks? What's really neat too is we had one validation here at exactly 77.50. The second one, how low did we get? 51. So that's some pretty strong validation there. We talked about that being like a buy zone if you're looking to get long Starbucks. And then if you saw it below there, it would be a level to short potentially. But yeah, now it's definitely on the upswing. 83, 84 is probably where it needs to get for it to get some real, bigger moves. But be mindful, right? 107.66 was a 12-month high. So last year. Let's take a look at the all-time high on Starbucks just for giggles. Uh, 126, is that right? Looks like that was it, yeah. So 126.32 is its all-time high, and in the last 12 months, 107.66 was its all-time high. Right? So worth noting on Starbucks. Well, 2 more minutes on Microsoft, unless 437 happens beforehand. That'll be an 85-cent loser. Again, $50, 40-something dollars. Not going to lose sleep over that trade. But we talked about, these markets kind of feeling trappy. Again, I don't know, just they're setting up traps everywhere, right? Oh, look, it's going to break. Nope, just kidding. We're going to go higher. Oh, look, it's going to break. No, just kidding. We're going to go higher. And then the opposite is true, right? You see a big move like this. No, we're going to sell into it. So it seems like, again, these are frankly some of my favorite markets to trade because you have to be open to take, your scalps, let your runners win or lose, like we did here in, Crowd. I wasn't willing to risk 307 anymore after taking my money, so minefield. Let's move this down to 1 minute. See if we get some behavior here in the next minute. About 30 seconds or so. See what happens at 350. If I see a move in favor at this point, I may not even add just because, 5 minutes later, we'll probably get more volume for people that are buying and selling at the close. But let's see if we get a move in favor for us on Microsoft. If we do, amazing. If not, that'll be a wrap for me as well. What's Tesla doing? Look at this move on Tesla. I don't like when this happens. Do I honor my stop or just call it a day here? You know what? It's $40. I'll wait with you guys on this one. Looks like we're going to get stopped out at Microsoft short. No problem. Still going to hold on to 437. If that happens, we will be done for the weekend. Well, hope everybody had a wonderful day today and a wonderful week. Have an amazing weekend. Be safe. And be sure to tell your loved ones that you love them. It's always a good practice, right? So thank you. God bless. And we'll see you everyone on Monday. Cheers.